Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, May the 2nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me, and thank you, PJ. Okay, hear me and see my screen. Good. Okay, what is happening today? So Redbox has continued its crazy move. RDBX has continued its crazy move. Let's take a look left on the monthly chart. So it's above that high, and then it got to this high. I think 747. I think is the high. That's 3 months ago. What did it get up to? Yeah, so it got up to that high. Man, I mean, if it can take up that high, then 1140 is the high of 4 months ago. So it's on a mission. So also just quickly, in fact, I forgot to put it into our the alerts. CCFVI is the trade of the week, considered active at around $12.50. So let me just put that up into the section here. Oh, and I actually forgot. Okay, forgot to put in the actives also. Just give me a moment. Okay, I get my actives in now. Give me one more one more moment. I forgot to do one other thing. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, gotta shake off those Monday morning cobwebs. Okay, SOUN, another absolutely insane one. Not because of what it is right now at 1233. So this was an IPO, either an IPO or turned into a SPAC, or it came from a SPAC to be this SOUN. It hit in the pre-market almost $19. In fact, it hit $19 in the pre-market. So another crazy one. It's trying to come back a little bit. So it goes from 19 all the way down to 8. BTTX. BTTX is, let's see, I don't know if I had any news on this one. I don't see any specific news, just checking my headlines. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. So anyway, BTTX and did gap up to about $1.70, the pre-market. So it's fallen down quite a bit. Not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. INVZ. INVZ. So this gapped up, and their press release says they have, let's see, got quote unquote a major order. So a major order is what I'm talking about. A major customer expects to increase its future order book by $4 to $6 billion. All right. A major customer win. Customer unknown. This is this is sort of, call this kind of the EV sector. Auto giant for sensor technology. I mean, it's a great looking press release, guys. I mean, increased its forward-looking order book by 4 to 6.6 billion, with only 97 million in the float. Israeli company. So obviously, we've got to keep an eye on that. What I've done is I put a Price alert at the high here, pre-market, which is around 529. See if it takes it out later. You don't understand what you mean by consolidate. You mean a consolidation of stocks that finish the high of the day? You mean, well, later on today, all you have to do is look at stocks that are in the in position range. Use your position range filter and make sure that it's near the high. It's really that simple at the end of the day, Nathane. So at the end of the day, use your position and days range filter, maybe put a minimum of 95%. And so you'll know that a stock, or 98%, whatever you want, that's going to tell you the stocks that are right near the high of the day. Save. This is an interesting one. Save. So it is gapped down because they have rejected JetBlue's offer and they want to go with Frontier, even though JetBlue's offer was in theory better in terms of what they were offering, in terms of a price and all that. But they're trying to say, so this is what they're saying, rejects the JetBlue takeover offer on antitrust risks. So they're saying it had a low likelihood of winning approval from government regulators. So they're going back to the Frontier. So it's significantly higher than Frontier's offer. So let's take a look at ULCC, what it is doing. It's doing nothing. Yeah, up to 400 million. That was not actually, it wasn't quite next on my list. Zetsan was next on my list. ZSAN, ZSAN. And I don't see any specific news. That's a big drop though, 26%. I don't see any news on it. And now the HTH. Yeah, an up to $400 million share repurchase program. Viru, VERU, and that gapped up pre-emergency use authorization. I don't know if that's any different from just normal emergency use authorization, but it said pre-emergency use of authorization, and that has been granted by the FDA. So Nathan, did you understand what I meant? You know, just use your position at the end of the day, use your position in range filter. Do search, type in position. You go to position and range. So if you add that filter and you put something like 98%, that means that a stock is basically right near the high of the day. Okay. And then you'll get a basket of stocks that have finished right near the high of the day. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. CYN, I couldn't see any specific news for CYN. It's another active one from last week. I know their schedule. I mean, they've got May 11th as their. Make sure is that the same? Yeah. So there's still, I mean, the only news I see is that they're just reiterating the fact that May 11th will be their earnings release, but I don't see any other specific news. Okay, William, that makes sense. HR was another one that I noticed was moving this morning. HR, big float. What are they saying here? They're negotiating an asset sale. So they're negotiating asset sales and other deals. Okay, so that is so they're trying to get. Well, obviously they're trying to get rid of some of their assets. So that is the news for HR. All right, it is 9:10. Let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Let's see how active they are today. Not very active. Hardly any upgrades and even fewer downgrades. So let's get a few of them in here. And again, this is from briefing.com, nothing to do with trade ideas. All right, there are some of the upgrades. And here are some of the downgrades. Yeah, I don't see any multiple downgrades, multiple upgrades, so nothing really from that list that I can say, hey, let's keep an eye on this one. All right, guys, there you have it. Upgrades and downgrades this morning. Now, this week is a very, very active week in earnings. Yeah, a lot of obviously most of the big guys have already had their earnings, but now we get into what I consider the really interesting ones. We've got about 1,000 companies releasing, and so some of these companies that don't get too much attention, they'll have their day, and we can get some wild moves. So that's what I'm looking forward to this week. I see Facebook is still holding 200. And the market is okay, mildly positive now. Just been following the SPY, what it's doing after that disaster Friday. Wow, I didn't even realize it was down that much. Everything down that much. So the SPY, a little bit of a pop here. I did see this BLTE. This is not shortable for me. This was an IPO on Friday, BLTE, and not shortable for me. It's down 15%. Not a ton of volume, but anybody with shorts for BLTE, probably not too many platforms have shorts for BLTE, seeing as it's only a second day. Apron just showing up here. Blue Apron, APRN, just showing up. See if there's any, and answers a 70.5 million planned capital infusion through debt and equity financing. All right, well, there's your news for APRN. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts from last week to see if there's anything kind of interesting. I see Netflix is still kind of holding around that 190 mark. Well, I guess I better put an alert for Redbox RDBX just at the high, pre-market high, see if it takes that out later on. Is it Vera or Viru? Ah, you're right. No, it is Vera. Because I know Viru has a bunch of price targets also. Yeah, Wainwright, you're right. There it is. Not very much obvious. One share. Yeah, one share with a target of 35. I did see VAX earlier in the when it popped up here, but it has come right back down. So it's actually negative VAXX. It has received FDA fast track designation, but again, market is saying, oh well, big deal for about a minute. You mentioned INSM, and I didn't see any volume for INSM. That's the right one, INSM. When you say it's faded, I mean it's only 3 shares, unless I'm looking at something wrong. INSM, INSM. I've typed it in correctly. I noticed you put that. Yeah, I mean there's only 3. Yeah, so I don't call that a fade. I mean, well, Nathne, did you hear my answer to you? You haven't responded. All right, guys, 9:17. Let's do a quick look to see what sort of not upgrades and downgrades. We've already done that. Take a look at the sector status and see what the major sectors are doing this morning. So I did not check the price of oil, but my guess is that it has dropped somewhat. Doesn't have to drop a lot, but so what you're seeing right here, these are the major sectors. Here's the energy sector. This is XLE, the major ETF for energy. These stocks are the ones that make up XLE. So when you see that 100%, what that means is that 100% of them are down from Friday's close. That's what that means. So do we see any strong sector? I suppose you look at financials, 75%, communication, 70% right now. But of course, that can completely change in a heartbeat. But certainly energy. Let me just do a quick check. Apron is really moving here, guys, on that cash infusion PR. Yeah, this and the other one that it was actually halted because of news and all was AFI. AFI, is it continuing to sink? Wow, no kidding, sink. Shoot, that was shortable too. They came out of its halt up around here. Wow, AFI. Well, they're basically going out of business. Yeah, they're warning bankruptcy. Oh, shoot, that was shortable for me also. So that's it. That's it. I guess that's it for AFI. Oh, to be a shareholder up here or holding this stock up here at $1.70 and greeted with that news this morning. Well, APRN, normally, financing, I'm assuming, I don't know how that dilutes it, but more importantly, it's about the CEO also putting 500,000 into that private placement at $12 a share. That's the what? The rates. Wait a minute, I just got to make sure this is the right symbol. Yeah. All right. Well, a little more interesting, if that's correct. CEO puts 500,000 at $12 a share when the price is 4 and earlier at 3. Just, I don't know, it just doesn't look right, does it? Am I missing something here? I mean, let me take a look at, I mean, 4 months ago, this stock was up at 12.76 was the high. That was 4 months ago. Hard on, yeah, I don't understand. Somebody smarter than me is gonna have to figure that one out. 500,000 at $12. And it is, yeah, it is a short. Oh, I shouldn't say that. What I meant to say was that Interactive Brokers does have shorts available for APRN. RDBX is now starting to fade a little bit. RDBX, the one that is short, oh, not shortable now for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. Well, it is continuing to rise here, this Blue Apron, APRN. I wonder if we're going to get a correction on that. We got a couple last week that were erroneous press releases. Another one sinking here, guys. FNCH had a big pop on Friday after being down multiple days, but it had a nice little pop, except it did sell off. It got as high as 363, closed way down here at 240, so about $1. And now it is starting to move down again, and basically an all-time low for FNCH. This is shortable for me. Just looking here. This could show up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Boy, I mean, that takes a lot of, the board of SAVE. In the face of all this, rejecting this JetBlue offer, even though JetBlue said they would pay the 200 million breakup fee, was unable to complete the proposal. They would shed assets to win regulatory approval, fallen on deaf ears by the board. Oh man! So they are obviously they're going to take a lot of flack right now, but they think that they're doing the right thing by the company. So it looks like they're raising a lot of money. I mean, this is so $30 million. I'm talking about Blue Apron, APRN, 30 million in a partnership with Alliance Global Investors. And also, oh, okay, there's the combination. Okay, so RJB is putting in 40 and the other ones are putting in 30. So it's a total of 70 million. And that is for Blue Apron, APRN. Yeah, the most eye-catching press release this morning certainly is the INVZ. It's falling, but when you look at that press release, let's see if traders get really active in it again. The only issue, of course, I mean, when I said it's not a low float or a high float, I mean it's not a crazy high, but it's certainly not low. 97 million. If this were a $3 million stock or 3 million float, I mean this would be probably up at $30 now. But so it's the float, which is really the issue now. But when you read the press release, it's definitely eye-catching. All right, guys, give me one moment. Oh, now we're at the 2-minute warning. Okay, I'm a football blue collar. There are shorts available. Actually, a ton of shorts available. Well, Todd, it depends on your broker, of course, but Interactive Brokers has 1.5 million shorts available for INVZ. It depends on your broker, of course. And now we've got the 1 minute, the 1 minute alert. All right, everybody, this is a start to a new trading week. As I said a little earlier, this is going to be very active in terms of companies releasing earnings, okay? Not so much today, not as many, of course, release pre-market on Monday, but for the balance of the week, we've got about 1,000 companies releasing earnings. So we should have a very active day or active week regarding earnings, okay? And we've got about 8 seconds to the open. Let me just rearrange a couple of windows, scans on my other monitor. All right, we are now open. Let's see what happens here. So how the red box do? Okay, red box, it's holding 7, guys, holding 7 so far. Pre-market high was way up, well, not way up here, but around 750 or so. That was the pre-market high. Well, I answered your question. Guys, if you ask me a question, I'm just in general, okay? You ask me a question, it really helps me to know if you're on mute or not. Guys, RDBX just made a new high, not a pre-market high. It's just taken out the pre-market high. There it goes. Just took out the pre-market high, but it has come right back down. Just give me a moment here, guys. Okay, there's Redbox up and down. That's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Okay, what is the market doing? So the market opened. So NAS is just down a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. And SOUN just was halted on the way down. SOUN was halted on the way down. Earnings play, guys. AXSM. Give me a moment. So AXSM is actually an earnings play. It's not doing too much right now. It's down a little bit. Down a little bit. It is an earnings play. If somehow, I guess if it can, well, that's probably a stretch for it to take out 33 today. Okay, so the trade of the week is CFVI. It is active at 1250. It is not, hasn't triggered yet. Nothing is stopping this. RDBX is just absolutely, it's on a mission. It's just on a mission. So now, when I say nothing is stopping, I don't mean take the trade right now because nothing is stopping it, but you can just, I mean, it's just, there's no news. There has never really been any news on it that I can see. And I didn't see that it was a meme stock either, but, and as I said, if you're here in the pre-market, the next high was 1140 on the monthly chart. Yeah, let it settle down. I mean, I know, I mean, I would never be taking this right now at 935. I mean, look how whippy it can be. You get these big topping tails, you get big bottoming tails. You know, listen, if it runs and it doesn't pull back at all or very much, well, so be it. But you can get really hurt. All right, guys. Unfortunately, I mean, if you're short, I mean, look at this. Look at this market. This is just relentless now. Relentless selling. Big red candle now. Hey, give me a moment, please. Yeah, nothing. I don't know what to say. So did you hear what I said? Just use the position in the day's range. Look at it at the end of the day. Put maybe 98 or so in the min. You might have to experiment a bit. What that'll show you are stocks within 2% of the high of the day. Okay. And just check it at the end of the day. You know, or literally at around 359, you'll have a list of stocks that are right near the high of the day. You know, you should use other filters, of course, put a price range in, maybe a minimum volume. Otherwise, you'll be inundated with the symbols. But the main one is just use the position in the day's range, position and range filter. Okay. Okay. So there is the pullback for Redbox, RDBX, RDBX. See if it takes out that pre-market high again of 751 or so and starts to move again. Look at the volume, 17 million already, 8.8 in the float. On Friday, it traded how many shares? 100 million shares. Okay, HTH with that 400 up to 400 million share repurchase plan is still pretty active here, over 30. Let's take a look left. 30.98 is the next high looking left. So that looks like there's just too much resistance between here and 31. Okay, that makes sense. Did that make sense, Nathaniel? All right, Coupang, CPNG. CPNG is having a bit of a run here. It's a huge float though, 956 million in the float. It is having a bit of a run, some volume coming in. I don't see any specific reason for it, and that is CPNG, but it's not a low float. And the only reason I point out the float is because if you're looking for something to really move, obviously the lower the float, the better. Now, I'm not saying this won't move, but with a billion, almost a billion in the float, you know, it's going to take a lot to sustain the move. RCM, I almost said it, RCMP, RCMT. Yeah, so this is maybe a third day continuation or second day continuation after earnings, or third day, I guess. This is the earnings release. This was on Thursday. This is Friday's action. Nothing huge, but it's continuing. I mean, it's just continuing. Boy, that's why you put a price alert, guys, and don't chase these things early, in my opinion. Look at the RDBX, and it's halted on the way down now. Okay, just give me a moment, please. Yeah, the red box, the shorts dried up. I know they certainly were shortable last week at Interactive Brokers, but the shorts dried up. That Ader is on the move here. ATER, another active stock, a lot of volume coming in. ATER, a lot of volume coming in. Approaching that 200-day moving average. I could stall it right there. 200-day moving average is 568 for ATER. Yeah, look at Netflix, guys. Netflix is really not wanting to give up that 190 range easily anyway. Netflix is having a pop here. And even the market is having a bit of a pop. Look at that big bottoming tail, that first 15-minute candle, almost closed. What time is it now? Yeah, so another minute and a half for this first 15-minute candle to close on the SPY. So I had a big, remember, that was a big red candle all the way down here. The buyers have stepped in for how long? Who knows? I mean, Netflix is just following the SPY right now. Bottoming tail here in the SPY. Nice green candle, green candle. Yeah, apron's holding. It is holding with all that news they had this morning. Let's take a look left on this weekly chart to see what sort of resistance there is. Potentially, see 448, 446. So there looks like there's pretty decent resistance right around 450. What did it get up to this morning? Yeah, it just got up underneath that 440. But if you look at the weekly chart, there's a couple of weeks right at that 450 level. After that, 485. So I mean, there's definitely pockets of resistance on the way up for apron APRN. Doesn't mean I won't tear through it, but it might be tough. 17. The good thing if you're looking at this though is 17 million in the float. So yeah, SOUN is nonsense. It's just nonsense, guys. No reason. $19 pre-market. Give me a break. And it's halted. Yeah, it's halted on the way down. Actually, it's halted again. It resumed and then immediately it got halted again. Okay, so that first 15-minute candle closed on the SPY, but now the next one is ominous again, red. Yeah, man, I just mentioned this one, this HR, just over 30. I think it was just over 30. No, it wasn't. Yeah, no, it was this one. This was a REIT. Yeah. But now it's starting to fade. They're trying to sell off some assets. So that was the reason for the pop, HR. So the trade of the week did not trigger. The trigger was 1250. Don't count the pre-market. So it did not trigger. All right, now look at Redbox again. I mean, it got all the way down to 634. It's popped right back up. I mean, this is certainly the active one for the day right now. Guys were mentioning ACCD, ACCD. Yeah, Accolade. Wow. Okay, so the high on Friday was 648, almost there. All right, Billy was like, is now looking like a gap. Well, it's a gap down and reverse for Billy. BILI, gap down and reverse, and see how much further it wants to go. Red box back over 7. Another one halted. SAI was halted. Is this an IPO today or something, or a uplisting, or closing of the business combination? So this is now trading, I guess. Look at Redbox now, guys. I mean, listen, very risky, very whippy. You're going to take this. You cannot have too many shares because you'll get stopped out probably too much because it whips so much. But you know, fewer shares, wider stop might hold you in the trade. Not a recommendation to do it, but I mean, obviously this is one that if it's back over that high, again looking left, it still has room. Or DBX. Man, there it goes. I mean, it's just a wild one. I mean, look at this, got all the way down to 640, back up to 760. Remember, it got halted at 654, I think on the way down. Oh, I guess it got halted on the way up. Now it's halted again. Just got halted again. RDBX. I mean, CYN. I mean, there's another one though. I mean, look at CYN and look how wild these things are. Remember, this is only a $3, $5 stock. Gets up to almost $7, drops all the way down to almost 5. I mean, these are huge percentage swings. Yeah, I don't know who's got shorts anymore for RDBX. I keep looking to see if there's covering happening. So far at IB anyway, no covering, no short covering at IB, Interactive Brokers. Wow, look at Netflix, guys. I mean, pretty impressive. Netflix, I mean, it held 190 pretty well. Look at this run, and now this is not market related. This is not market related. Look at the SPY. It's not really doing too much, but Netflix is on a mission right now to try maybe to recover that 200 mark for a while anyway. Okay, take a look at the Blue Apron now. The Blue Apron is just inching its way underneath 4. Shoot, HR guys, I mean, that was a nice one from that break underneath 30, just underneath 30. I'm sorry, underneath 29 for HR. So I was thinking of the other one, HTH. Okay, so this one is just hovering underneath 30, HTH, with their up to $400 million share buyback. I see a couple showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Not wild about them. Sure, it's a 10-day daily breakdown, but I just see there might be a little bit too much support not that far away. For instance, for the HTA, I find, of course, these work a lot better when they're closer to a lifetime low. All right, let's take a look at Redbox and kind of see where it may open. No clue yet. This is from Interactive Brokers. So there's the halt, 769. No clue. It says 769, 769. So really no clue where it's going to open. A lot of times what you'll see is something either way above or way below the halt price. But so right now there's really no clue where it's going to open. All right. Para from Zach's Topping Tail scan. So Para, of course, this is a streaming service. Well, look at Netflix. I mean, so the streamers, my guess is that WBD is probably doing pretty well too. WBD, let's take a look at that one. Reasonably well. All right, RDBX open, and what's the result? The result is huge. Oh, man. This is just, I have to look at the weekly chart now. I'm not in this one, so just so you know. 830 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. 830 is the next high looking left. What did it get to? Got to 832, so it got right almost to the penny. If it can crack through that, then 908 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Well, I saw your target. The problem would be, of course, how would you, if you know, what sort of, how many shares would you taken and what stop? Because that got all the way down to 650 before it's almost tacked on, almost tacked on $2. So Well, it's just checking out that high, that weekly high now, RDBX. I guess we thought, man, how could it surpass what it did on Friday? I don't, well, look at this, 28 million, it traded 100 million on Friday. We're at 30, basically 30 minutes right now in the first 30 minutes. So this could easily surpass that 100 million on Friday. Is there a problem with Canadian data this morning? I don't know. We don't have charts for Canadians, so yeah, I just don't know. Boy, I don't even think I've got a Canadian top list. So I'm not sure. Anybody else trading Canadian stocks with our scan? Because the Canadian stocks we don't have volume, we don't have charting for Canadian stocks. So I'm not sure how I would even know unless there's anybody else in the room that trades the Canadian stocks using say our top list or look at Redbox. I don't think I have any Canadian. Let's see if I do have a Canadian top list or anything. But you know what I'll do? Just give me a moment. All right, now I'll just go to the exchange and I'm just going to. Yeah, I'm not seeing any data coming in. Let me get rid of this also. Yeah, there may be a problem. Not that that should matter, but I'll even take out the minimum volume. Yeah, no, okay. So there is data coming in. I'm seeing some data coming in. Okay. Just not a lot of action, I guess. Well, guys, INVZ, will I trade? Well, yeah, if I get my setup that I want, I'm just not going to chase anything. That's all. INVZ, if it somehow maybe gets above 470 or so, that might get me interested. I mean, the news is eye-catchy. There's no question. The issue is the float. I mean, it's not crazy high, but it's certainly not low, 97 million. But the market right now doesn't seem to care. I mean, it's that simple. Even though that's a very eye-catching press release they had this morning, but it just doesn't seem to care right now anyway. Whoa, there's another one, guys, that just got halted on the way down. Another one of those flyers over the last few weeks or a few days. BLBX just got halted. So why would that be a bad thing? I see the news too, Zach. Why would that be a bad thing? You trade you trade seamlessly using through the black box program. Okay, there again, red box on the pretty big pullback again for red box, RDBX. I mean, what did it get up to? 9? Did it get up to 9? 891 pulls all the way back to 787. Hard to trade, unless you just think, like almost like a faith-based trade. Yeah, ACCD is definitely, look at this now. Is that above the high of Friday? 648, just about at that high. If it takes out at that high, 1281, 1281. So this was an earnings play that got just hammered, but it's trying to come back. This is a gap up and go, guys. Griffin, I saw this early. GFF. It's a gap up and go. See the gap up, and it is continuing to move higher. 346,000. It's 18 times normal volume. Don't see any. Do I see any specific news? Oh man, oh man. We can't even. Now Raymond James is now Ray J. Okay. Okay, Ray J has an upgrade from Ray J after earnings. Okay, Blue Apron now, APRN is now has recovered for, you know what? Stick an alert here. Stick an alert at around 414. Those are the highs on that 15-minute chart. See if it takes it out. I mean, if it does, the high in the pre-market was 440 or so. It may have a run. Meanwhile, RDBX just made another new high. Again, you're going to take this one. You're going to have to have wide stops. I mean, these are huge swings. And there's the ACCD guys on the way here. I think it just took out Friday's high. Yes, it did. Friday's high. But you're sort of in chase mode. Look at the 15. I mean, it's just ramping up. I suppose there's an argument to be made that you could have taken it in this area here on that red bar, ignored. The issue I would have had though is that it was very close to yesterday's or Friday's high, so it may have stalled there. Right now it is through it a little bit. Boy, lots of halts and resumes today, guys. SAI, so it just resumed. Hertz, HTZ had earnings, didn't really see it on, that was on the 27th after hours, didn't really see it. Harmony, HMNY. Yeah, another new high, briefly, briefly, 924 for Redbox. Well, are we wrong? Because this, I see a Wells Fargo upgrade, $6 price target for ACCD. When you say like it's already reported, I mean, we have it here that they already did report on Friday. Well, actually Thursday after hours, but the reaction was on Friday. It's just trying to recover. I mean, there's a ton of room for ACCD. I don't see any other reason though. I mean, Wells Fargo, yeah, they've got an upgrade to a 6, so that's no big deal. It's already over that. It's just turning into a momentum play right now. But you're certainly chasing it on the 15-minute chart. Well, let's take a look at my watch list. So Redbox triggered even late, well, late 9:55. The reason that is because it had to take out a new high, make a new high. Okay, guys, there's Apron. Well, briefly, APRN briefly took out this area, that 414, and it came right back down. Meanwhile, look at the market. Jeez. So these are your certainly two alpha stocks right now, ACCD and RDBX. Not really caring what the rest of the market is doing. So RDBX is certainly whippy. Well, I guess next stop might be 10, RDBX. Again, looking left on the monthly, 1140 is the next high. All-time high is up here around 27. Yeah, still no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Very interesting. I can't remember how many were available last week, but I know I seem to remember shorting it on kind of on a scalp. So there were definitely shorts available. Okay, guys, this is a gap down and reverse for HCM, a gap down and reverse. so far? The China stock? Okay, so BLB actually showed up on your bottom scan, coming right into the 200-day moving average. I guess I just don't understand. The news came out. Look, is there any problem with integrating with E-Trade? Market's reacting like there is. Isn't it? Yeah, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Unless this is fake news. Good grief. I mean, why would this be a bad thing for black box? Well, E-Trade is certainly a name. Well, you're right. I mean, maybe, but there's E-Trade certainly is a known name, but that's why you can drive yourself crazy by trying to look at the news and try to figure out why something happened. The market doesn't lie. I mean, it's just saying, well, great, you had that news. We don't like it for whatever reason. And it's not like it's selling off in low volume. Yeah, but the debt, I don't think but this was not a stock deal. I mean, whatever debt was, it was still here, I guess. All I see is an integration with E-Trade. Anyway, so Netflix almost got to 200 before it fell back down. I don't look for low floats, Kitten. It just happens to be that most of the things that happen with my style of trading happen to be low floats. They don't all have to be low floats. And I don't care on a strong bullish day. I don't care strong bullish, strong negative. The low floaters usually will trade on their own. So I'm not looking for low floats. It's just, most of the things that I see here, there's only one way a stock can be up, 10, 12, 20%, 100%. It has to have a low float. This is not a crazy low float, 55 million, not crazy low, as an example. All right, guys, apron now tried, it tested that level, but it looks like it wants to fall now. Apron, APRN, it tested that level that I had a price alert. It hit the price alert, but immediately came right back down. It didn't even stay there for a second, well, maybe a second. Yeah, I have it thumbnailed. I have a price alert set for INVZ. I do have a price alert set for it right in this area. Looks like it's around 460 or so. Why? Well, we've got a high right there and a high right there and not quite a high right there. So you have three 15-minute candles kind of at that range. If it can somehow find its way through that. But again, it's not a low float. Then will have to be, again, low floats. But maybe it can start to challenge that pre-market high, which is 527 for for INVZ. And there it is, okay? It's right there. But did it do it on volume? You can sort of see a volume burst on the 5-minute chart. So after that news in the pre-market for VERU, met with a dull roar. Look at that, up to $14. Received FDA pre-emergency use. I guess that's different from emergency use. Anyway, that was the news for VERU, and it's come right back down. Now it's negative. Take a look at ABBV. Okay, outside of the range I typically trade, but yeah, I mean, the high of Friday was 140. This is from our YouTube room. Somebody saying take a look at ABBV. Not interesting to me really, but to some. I guess if you could check out that high of about 150, which was the high on Friday. Was an earnings play. Got hit on earnings. Did recover. Got all the way down to 130, 139. Sorry. Closed at 146. The high was 149, just underneath 150. So I guess if it somehow can take out 150, it could have a bit of a run. The next high is 158. Well, that's a bounce. Look at that. What a bounce for BLVX if you took that from Zach Scan, 366. What did it get down to? A bit of a challenge. It got down, well, 346. Now here's another one, VICI. So the alert happened at 28.85 and now 28.80. And is it an earnings play? Now the issue with it is there's a 200-day moving average right at 29. So, even if it bounced, I mean, that 200-day may stall it. That's the issue. I'd like to see it even drop further and further, get away from that 200-day, and then maybe you'd get a reasonably good bounce. Oh boy, I mean, that's a short-lived bounce, but it just got halted on the way down again, guys. BLBX just got halted on the way down. This was not shortable for me, but it did get, so it popped. Beautiful pop, but now it has come right back down quickly. So you cannot wander away from your computer. There it is, 7.5 million in the float. That's why it's a lot more wild than some of the other ones. All right, guys. Well, you know what? I'm going to put an alert at $10 for Redbox and see if it takes it out. That might. We got this big bottoming tail here, a little over 10. I might take a flyer at. This is not a recommendation to do what I'm going to do. If it does, okay, it's because it still has room. You know, Blue Apron just looks getting weaker and weaker here, guys. APRN is getting weaker and weaker. There's a 364 on the 15, and then if it can break through that, 330. This was shortable for me too. So I had the alert here at 11:55. This is for Viru, but what's the low? 11:11. So will 11 hold this? You know, I mean, and the float, it's not a low float, 64 million. So it's not crazy low. Red box getting closer and closer to 10. All right, guys, a little pause on the action for me. Not as many alerts coming through. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. Just give me a moment. Okay, so what I'm going to do first is put the test drive link in. I'll explain what the test drive is all about. If you want to try us out, give me a moment. Get the links in. Okay, so I put a link in called Trade Ideas May 16th to 29 test drive. When you click on it, this is what you're going to see. So this is what the test drive is all about. So it starts on the 16th, getting closer and closer. We have a second now. So for $11.11, you can have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading, okay? No auto trading. Other than that, it'll be the full premium service. It'll be for 10 trading days. So it starts on the 16th, okay? Please listen carefully. If you sign up today, you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You're pre-registering. You will not get live data until the 16th. So please don't harass our poor support people. I cannot believe how many people don't read, I guess. They just don't read. It starts on the 16th. But they sign up today and they say, hey, where's my data? So now you will have access to the program on Friday the 13th, about an hour after the market closes. So you will have the ability to take a look at the program for the balance of Friday and then Saturday and Sunday. And taking a look at it means, you know, you can take a look at how to create alert windows, top list windows. I'm going to show you the guide. I'm going to share a lot of scans that you can have a look at. The idea then is that Monday morning when you start, you're not you're not like, you have some idea of what Trade Ideas is all about. So get prepared, okay, if you're going to take this test drive. Also open to those of you who are standard subscribers and you want to test our premium service out. You can do that again for those 10 trading days. And again, if once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. Again, listen carefully. Nothing for you to do. We don't put you into a subscription. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, okay? So we only do this 4 times a year. So it's a great opportunity to try us out. So that is the test drive. Now I'm going to put my homepage link in. All right, so I just put in my homepage link. So when you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. I'll show you that we have 4 plans. Annual, monthly for premium and standard. So 2,000 less the 15%, 1,000 less the 15%. Okay, big difference is the AI. Nothing again happening really today on it. What I would do though, if you want to take out a subscription, do not take out an annual. You can try us out on a monthly basis. 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. But if anytime you do want to say upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor the 15%. So do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want this program. Now, the other thing, depending on what version you are, you really should be on the latest version or actually the latest beta. So on my homepage, and you can tell what version you're on. If you click on Help and About is going to tell you the version you're on. I'm on a development version, so you don't have access to that. But 0.76 is the beta, and I think you should be on that one. So you can tell which one you're on. And so if you're not on, all you have to do is click on download. So scroll to the top of my homepage and scroll down until you see the beta, 5.5.76. One of the big improvements is the fact that now the charts and all of our scanning starts at 4 a.m. Eastern. Okay, there was a big demand. So they run from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time, okay? So that's one huge difference in the beta. Look at the SPY now, guys. Nice little move. All right, let me get over here. So that's the download. Now, if you have taken out a subscription and you're brand new and you haven't done this, please do this. The Let's Get Started. Click on the Let's Get Started and ACCD, guys, on the move. I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it in my text to voice. So the first episode, we have 10 of them, episode 1 of 10, download and installation, okay? So this will take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. The entire time is about 30 minutes. Please do that first before you do anything else. Instead of trying to, figure out how to use the program, this is a great getting started. Okay, now, assuming you did that, now you can go to the education section. Now you can take a look at the user guide. The user guide now, a lot more extensive, of course, but you don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. You want to find, especially if you're going to take this test drive, I would look at the Let's Get Started, but then I would take a look at something like this, the alert windows, and every one of these has a little video and some text, so it gives you an explanation about what the alert windows are, what a topless window is, how to set price alerts on the charts, things like that, okay? You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas though. Here's the table of contents. It's all searchable, but don't get hung up on how much we have. You don't have to learn everything. Okay, so on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It has not triggered yet. It is CFVI this week. It is not triggered yet. 1251 is the trigger, but that is free. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, free. And again, the education. So I went over there's that user guide. There's the getting started again. Daily support session. So I take a break at about 12 Eastern. I take a break between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Monday. So it's either Chris or Steve. I'll verify who it is before I take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in if you do want to head over there between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Chris will be there. He's back from his journeys to Washington from Monday to Friday. So he's back. So he'll be back in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut down the main room at 3:30. So Chris takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. And the daily webinar. So this week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week we're Monday, Wednesday. Okay. But you can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So if you're brand new to trading, a great little free series. What is a stock? That's how it starts. Okay. And then my scans. All the scans that I am sharing are right here. So again, if you're going to take this test drive, you can take a look at these scans and see there, you might see something, I kind of like the idea of that. Here, let me get to size this window. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay, that's number one. Number two, you saw that on my homepage, I am sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans here also. If you click from our toolbar, if you click on New, and then you click on Docked Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. So if I click on the explosive winners as an example, this is what you're going to see. So the idea, all I'm trying to do right now is to show you that you can go to the various channels, and these are scans that we have created, and you can take a look at a scan and you say, you know what, I wouldn't mind that in my layout. So all you have to do is save it to the cloud, save the scan that you want to the cloud as an example. And then you go on to another channel. I'll go to the momentum channel. You might like this one. It's pretty popular. Here's that ACCD right here. Okay. So you might like this one. You can always check with our top lists and our alert windows to check to see what a scan is looking for, including mine. All you have to do is right click, configure summary. Okay, that's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, the momentum, which is one of the ones I'm sharing on my homepage, it's virtually the same as this. It's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Current, the volume is at least 100,000 shares, etc. So if these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high of the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why we see this one right here. Okay. So if you like that idea, you can save it to the cloud. So again, the idea is to go through the different channels and you can extract scans, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and thereby creating a layout of scans that we have created for you without having to actually create anything from scratch. Now, of course, if you want to make a change, you can. If you don't like this price range, before you save it to the cloud, you can make a change if you want. See how I'm just changing in the price. Now, see how it says 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 50. I could have changed the minimum volume. So you can make your change and then save it to the cloud, or you can keep it as it is. Up to you. Now, obviously, if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. So what the company did, the company started in 2003, and they said, most people do not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they did was said, okay, let's try to create enough alerts and enough filters that they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So if I right click on an alert window and then click on configure and now click on search, when you see these icons, these are all the alerts that we have. When we see these icons, these are all the filters we have. Do not get hung up on how many there are. Obviously, you know, with thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So what we tried to do was create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if you want to build your own scan. Okay? Again, you don't have to learn them all. Okay, now I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see called, that we call Brokerage Plus, this big blue window. We call it Brokerage Plus. Okay, so again, please listen carefully. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, that video, there are in the link, there are two videos, all right? There's a short one, and that explains that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. And again, you have to watch that video. The short video shows, again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Please do not ask me about other brokerages like TDA or anything else. I have no idea if or when that will ever happen. Not that we don't want it to happen, but I have no idea if or when that will happen. So right now, it's only IB and E-Trade. Now, again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means this feature is not available. We're a scanner, okay? It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It just means you won't have access to this window, this feature. Also, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. You need to be using our downloadable application, okay? The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. And how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Notice under here, they're underneath this Brokerage Plus, two options. One says live, one says sim, paper trading. So all you do is you just click on sim, and this will change to account. And then you click on account, and now you click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Before you start trading, you absolutely should practice trading. I know you don't want to. I know you want to jump in immediately. Don't do it. Practice trading. Trading's not easy. Okay, we are a scanner. We can generate ideas. It doesn't mean that every time I see an alert, I just take the trade. Okay, so trading is not easy. You've got to practice. And again, if your Brokerage Plus doesn't look like this, then please download the latest version, again, of our beta, and then it'll look like this. Pretty simple to use. All you do is just click on an alert. INVZ, I clicked on the alert. It shows up here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Once I do that, I click the buy button and then I send it. See, I'm not a great pullback player, but obviously on the ACCD, I mean, there was an argument to be made. It's only a 2-bar pullback, but argument to be made, taking it in this area here at that 650 mark. Okay, I'm just not a great pullback player, but you know, others are way better than I am in playing pullbacks. And the key really was taking out that high of Friday, 648. So even though it pulled back, it got down just below that level, 633. So I guess, again, an argument to be made on that pullback, and then when it took out the high again on Friday to enter the trade. ZYM, guys, just showed up on my option scanner. ZYM, the high on Friday was 788. Can't remember what happened to this one exactly, why it popped, but it didn't last. I mean, it got up to 791 and closed way down here at 6. I mean, that's a big drop, percentage wise. I mean, it was still up a lot for the day, but not from the day's highs. Look at Redbox now, RDBX now, man. Did not take out 10. My alert set right up here at 10, did not take it out. Still no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Adam. So, okay, so I think what you're talking, okay, this is what you're talking about, Zach. Adam shares higher following circulation of positive research report. What are they putting? $100 price target? Is that what you mean for Adam? Why not? And what's the float? 21 million. So it's certainly a low float. All right, let's take a look at the ZYM. It came into my option scanner. It's only one today. Um, Obviously, it has room. It got almost up to $8. Let's see if it holds this level. And this is what I'm talking about, okay? 661. And when I say it came in my option scanner, this is just looking for stocks having abnormal option activity. So you can see right there, that option volume is 16, almost 17,000 right now as it's obviously it's going to keep increasing. That's a huge jump. It's basically 50 times normal, okay, compared to the last 10 days. And that's why it's showing up there. You know what? This INVZ just doesn't want to do it. Lots of shorts available too. Just doesn't want to do it. This could go negative. Maybe there will be a delayed reaction, but it just doesn't want to do it. And that is a very positive looking press release, of course. Expects its future order to increase by 4 billion to 6 billion. And didn't it say over 2 years? Or am I wrong? Anyway, it doesn't matter. Market doesn't care right now. Save is still weak. It's kind of basing here. And if you didn't see the news this morning about it, they've rejected JetBlue's offer of a buyout, even though JetBlue's offer was higher than Frontier's. and they were worried that it wouldn't, well, at least the board is suggesting that they were worried about accepting the JetBlue offer, that it would run into all sorts of regulatory issues, whereas the Frontier one wouldn't, I guess. But, I'm sure that existing shareholders are not happy right now anyway. You do not often see something like that, where a company has first of all, I mean, Frontier came in, I can't remember where they offered, maybe it was here. I think it was right here, okay? That was the news of the buyout, potential buyout by Frontier right here for SAVE. And then JetBlue came in on this day, on the 5th, and basically increased the offer by a lot. So you don't generally see a board rejecting a higher offer. Again, they have their reasons. They call it regulatory. They did not think it would go through. Look at Redbox again, so difficult. But look at this. I mean, it is now got all the way down to 821. So it's just popped $1, on that pullback. All right, ZSAN is a gap down and reverse. So what is the high here? Is 209. So this is definitely some kind of a botting fishing one. But they were warning about, I think, bankruptcy, and they're reducing their workforce by 40%. A further 40% of remaining employees. So let's just to show you how you do it. I'm going to take 500 shares of this. I'm going to go down at the market. It's only a 1 penny spread. Buy it, send it. Just to show you how to do this. This is in the simulator. This is for the ZSAN. And let's talk just a little bit about money management. I took 500 shares on purpose. I'm going to put a stop order in at 137. Show you why I'm doing that. Okay, you see a red line appears on the chart, approximately minus 100. It says minus 97.50. So again, if you're new to trading, my advice is that you should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. All right, you should have some kind of a checklist. Then unless you can check every single box, don't take the trade. Do not trade out of boredom. You chop up your account left and right by just trading out of boredom. Okay, so be selective, be highly selective. Now, that doesn't mean you should have 100 things that have to be checked. Otherwise, you'll never take anything. Now, people ask, well, what are my? Well, a lot of the things that when I see an alert, a lot of the boxes have already been checked. For instance, I'm never going to see something outside of my price range. I'm never going to see something that doesn't have at least a minimum volume that I want. Usually, it has to have a fairly high relative volume, things like that. Okay. But now when I get an alert, now my next step is, okay, how much room does it have? I mean, am I chasing it? Is it just straight up? Am I chasing it? Does it have room left when I look on the daily, weekly, and monthly chart? Room meaning where's the if it's near the high of the day, where's the next high? On that daily chart, things like that. So that's the way I trade. But you have to find your own trading style. That's why you can use our simulator. Should have mentioned this. Our simulator uses our real-time data. So it doesn't even matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. Because, and I say it like that because you might be still pondering which broker you want. I mean, the fact that, to use this this window called Brokerage Plus, you need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Doesn't mean you have to go with IB or E-Trade. You may have a different broker that you want. The bottom line is this: it uses our real-time data. Okay, so you can practice trading. You don't even need a broker. So, as I say, when you get into trading, please have some kind of a checklist. Be selective. Find reasons not to take the trade. So let's say you do, you take the trade. Now, the next step, my opinion anyway, is that, just because you're able to check every box, and maybe there's even some news associated with it, and it looks awesome. Guess what? They don't all work. No matter how good something looks, sometimes they just don't work. So the way I trade, I always have a price I'm getting out of the trade. Now, how I size it up, usually I'm more of a visual person. So I would look at nothing less than, say, a 5-minute chart, and look at a support, what I would consider maybe a support area. For instance, if I had really taken this trade on my real account, I would have probably put a stop at around that 145 mark. I'm looking at the 5-minute, and I see quite a bit of support there. So if we're broke down through that, you might want to be out of the trade. I want to be out of the trade. If you're starting out though, because sometimes looking at a chart, support, people ask all the time, where's support, where's resistance? Well, my idea of support and resistance may be entirely different from somebody else's. It's very subjective. So to take that out of the equation, you might want to, when you start out trading, maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle and use that as your stop. That is, of course, a defined number. So there's no guesswork. Now, if you have a $5,000 account, I would hope it makes sense that you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So what I do in the simulator, I show you, I'm always risking $100 a trade in the simulator. Okay, that's why that's why I took 500 shares. Why? Well, if you take the entry price, 157, I put the stop at 137 on purpose to make the math easy. The difference between 157, 137 is 20 cents. I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm risking, I get 500 shares. So you can see right off the bat that I'm not, when I'm trading my live account, I'm not trading the same number of shares. It's defined by the difference between my entry and my stop, and how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. Now, how much I'm willing to risk on a trade is whoa, there's Apron, guys. Just looking at Blue Apron. Big pop here. Just big pop here now for Blue Apron. Now, how much I tend to keep the amount I'm risking per trade just about the same for every trade. So in other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. So in the simulator, I'll keep it as close to $100 as I can. And that's why you can practice trading using our simulator. So that's all well and good. If you can't, by the way, if you cannot make money in a simulator, don't forget about trying to make money if you think, oh, well, I didn't make any money in the simulator, but I still want to start trading. Don't do it. You can't make money in the simulator. Forget about trading. Because trading in the simulator, there's no emotion. You get stopped out, you get stopped out. Oh, well, it's just play money. And here's the thing. When you take a trade for real, let's just say you have been able to make money in the simulator. And unfortunately, that doesn't necessarily translate to making money when you're trading live. Because now what happens is, you practice, 2, 3, 4 months, 6 months, as long as it takes. And you were obeying your stop, but now all of a sudden you start to trade for real. And you take that first trade or the second trade, the third trade, and it's not working, and it's starting to approach your stop. Now you start second guessing yourself about where you put your stop, because you cannot believe it's not working, even though maybe you had all the discipline in the world when it was just play money. But now you just don't want to accept the fact that you're wrong on your trade. So you disobey your stop. So instead of getting out for that $100 loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and sell. And then you just kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That's number one. Number two, almost as bad, is not obeying your stop, Now you're down two, three, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up two or three, $400, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can. And but from years of experience of not obeying my stop at the beginning, and suffering like the anguish of watching something that a manageable $100 loss or whatever that number was turn into way more than I wanted to lose. I just obey my stop. It's that simple. And I get out of the trade, and I can always get back in. There can be other reasons why something isn't working, even though it looked like the best setup in the world. Maybe the market was starting to turn against you. Who knows? There could be many, many reasons, but it could set up again later on. So maybe you can take the trade for the second time. Maybe it works the second time. So practice trading, practice, practice, practice trading. The other thing about my stops, how I trade anyway, my stop is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. Okay, that's my absolute. No way do I disobey my stop. But if I get into a trade and it starts not working and starts drifting, maybe, all of a sudden the market takes a big downturn. I always, of course, can reserve the right to get out before my stop to minimize the loss. Now, can it turn around again? Of course it can. But that's how I trade. So I tend to minimize depending on how it's trading. If it starts to drift down, it starts approaching my stop, I can always get out earlier than my stop. Look at this INVZ. It just doesn't, yeah, I'm going to say it. This could go easily negative. And that's a classic one, guys. You might have, again, look at the press release. Awesome looking press release. Huge bounce in the pre-market. So maybe you said, okay, I waited for the pullback. I waited for the pullback. All right, I want to take it right here. It looks really good. I think it's going to go. I could be able to check all my boxes. Plus, a great looking press release. Still doesn't work. Still doesn't work. Hard to convince yourself that it's not going to work sometimes, and that's the problem. Just a minute, please. All right, guys. Wow, 11 o'clock already. All right, so I'm seeing some resource stocks. Look at the resource stocks, guys. These are showing up in Zach's potential bouncers. But look at the resource stocks. My guess. Let's take a look at XLE and see what's happening. Yeah, so XLE is starting. I mean, it's still, though it just went negative, a little positive pop. But look at this XLE. So take a look at a lot of resource stocks are doing exactly this. There's the CPE. There's the MRO. VET, Vermilion. They're looking a lot like, but they did not have the pop. A lot of these did not have a pop like XLE did. They really weren't positive, but now they are really starting to drop. CRK, another one. Look at these resource stocks are just taking on the chin right now. SM is another one. Again, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is all from bounce plays from Zach. But two things with the market moving like this, plus XLE moving down. You got to wait. I mean, these may bounce at some point for sure, but boy, I mean, with the market moving down the way it is, and the sector itself moving down, you'd be hard pressed try to find a really, really good bounce right now. SOUN, yeah, I mean, it is moving here. Be awfully careful, of course. I don't even know what the float is, but it did hit 19 in the pre-market for really no reason. It's an IPO from Thursday, I guess. Thursday, yeah, Thursday, Friday. Here's today. HCH just flatlining basically. Almost looks like it's a buyout here. It's not, but it looks like it. All right, there's the ACCD, guys. It just hit the option scanner also. Okay, ACCD just hit the option scanner. The Zyme was okay. I mean, hit the option scanner 661. I mean, you had it, but just kind of a scalp, 681. So I wouldn't call that fabulous. But the ACCD, you got a lot more room. A lot more room. When I say that, look left. I mean, the next high is 1220. Sorry, 1248. So I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it has had a lot more room than the other one. Boy, these energy stocks are just getting thumped right now. Another one that's just showing up on Zach Scan. Again, I'm not saying none of them will bounce, but I wouldn't be looking right now. Not with the mark, unless here's the only way. Take a look at XLE, okay? You want to put XLE on a chart beside it, just to see if, because this is the big energy ETF. and see if this stops and maybe has a bit of reversal. Then you might start looking at these energy stocks that are from Zach's bounce plays, but there are a ton of them. So it's a whole sector. All right, guys. Well, the longer this ACCD holds over 7, I know what Zach is saying, but the longer it holds over 7, this is going to probably induce me to buy this one. You don't have to do the same thing. It's just it's coming from this option scanner, okay? And the alert was at $7. Now, if you're wondering, well, why so late? Like, how come not here or here or here? The option volume. So one of the filters I got in there in this scan, it has to be at least 2,000 contracts. So obviously here and here and here, as it was working its way up, was still underneath 2,000 contracts. So that is the reason why I would not trigger earlier. Still good volume, still good volume. 17, 18 times normal for ACCD. Again, I am not telling anybody to do what I'm doing, okay? But, you know, just look left and there's the room it's got. All right, guys, I just want to see who is going to be in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. Either Chris or Steve. All right, so it is Chris. Chris Varley will be in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. Of course, when I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in just before, so you can head over there if you want for that 12 to 1 period. And also Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30 when I shut down the main room at 3:30. The Zyme is, I mean, the Zyme is sort of interesting too. I mean, it had a lot, has a lot of room. ZYME, it's from the option scanner. But ACCD is right now doing it. Netflix again, guys, challenging 200. And Netflix, NFLX, of course, challenging 200. It's moving on its own. I mean, look at the market moving down, but it is trying to pop a little bit here. So Netflix is kind of trading on its own. All right, this is just showing up here. FTXG on the 10, never mind. Sorry. Food and beverage ETF. Thought I got rid of the ETFs out of there. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown, but I'm not interested. So far, nothing really happening from that 10-day daily breakdown. HTA and SAVE really haven't moved. All right, guys, I'm out of the ACCD. I got to take little gains where I can get them right now in this market. I may get back in if it takes out these highs here. It wasn't bad. I mean, from 705 for me to about 720, not terrible, but nothing fantastic. However, if it takes out this high up here, it could keep going. I'm talking about the 720 level. With that, not that a lot of these smaller ones, they don't really care that much what the overall market's doing within reason. I mean, just within reason. So, but look at this market now starting to drop again. Well, let's see if there's any, yeah, I mean, it did bounce a little bit. Just so with this market moving, and again, how is XLE doing? If you're going to take these, if you're going to take these energy stocks and bounce it, so you do see it. So they, they did bounce a little bit. You can just see the bottoming tail there. So they did bounce. So certainly if you're into scalping these things, but it's not like all of a sudden now this candle is green moving higher. So look at Apron, guys. Gotta hand it to it. It just made another new high briefly. But look at that, 431, and it pulls right back down to 415. Okay, well, there's the ACCD now underneath 7. All right, red box on the move again. This is not going to stay still. They're up or down. So red box on the move again. Maybe a 9 break gets this rolling again. What did it get up to? Almost 10, right? 995, too high. 997 was the high. Let's see if it takes out 9 and just starts to ramp up again. It is very choppy. Apron is really choppy. Every time you think it's going to bust out, break out, it doesn't. Look at the market. Yikes. What are we now? So Nas is not down that much. Dow is down, SPY's down. Lots and lots of earnings plays starting tomorrow. So here's the AXSM. It's an earnings play. It's up. It's almost at the challenging the high of Friday, 33.55, challenging the high of Friday. Argument can be made, I guess, if it can take that out. It's got some run in it. $40 is the next high looking left on AXSM. So this released earnings pre-market, not a bad reaction, I should say. I know it's probably hard for a lot of you, especially if you're new to trading, to see what, the way this market is trading. We're so used to seemingly for years and years and years of the market just, other than, of course, here, this is the pandemic, but look at the run we had. But even before that, it was a major run. And now we're just starting to get this, this bit of doom and gloom. And just looking here, I'm sure a lot of these little bounces are starting to work now. EQT, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, the ACCD is starting to give it up even more. Now, there may be some support right around that 670 mark, maybe. Just look at the 5-minute chart. Yeah, I agree, Zach. I can't wait for the balance of the week, though, when we get all these earnings plays, especially companies that are, not looking too good and making lifetime lows on earnings. They're going to have bad news earnings. Boy, you'll probably see quite a few starting tomorrow. And for the balance of the week, again, with 1,000 companies releasing earnings this week, we got quite a few earnings plays this week, or today, but definitely they'll really ramp up Tuesday to Friday. Again, this 670 mark might hold the ACCD. I have an alert set at the highs here in case it takes it out later on. Red box is just basing a little bit under 9, 882 right now, 880. Red box, RDBX, just basing a little bit under 9. I've got some thumbnail charts and it's just the action is just so choppy. Well, big red candle on the SPY, but XLE, I wonder if it's having a bit of a recovery here. Not really, not really at all. But I'm looking at some of those ones from Zach's bounce plays. They are bouncing a bit, but again, it's hard to commit to a bounce when the market's doing this, unless XLE was kind of bouncing, but it's not really. I mean, yeah, there's some bottoming tails here, but not really what I would call a big bounce. Yeah, I agree, PJ. I mean, the RDBX, it's obviously still super active. I mean, lots of volume, 84 million now. What did I say? Yeah, I said on Friday it traded 100 million. And in the first half hour, I think it already traded about 20 million. So we knew, as long as the interest kept up, I mean, it was going to break through that 100 mark. So we're at 84 million already, and we're only at 1130. So it just needs another 16 million to destroy the amount of shares that traded on Friday. Closer, getting closer. The RDBX to breaking 9. Now, just because it breaks 9 doesn't mean it's going to fly, but it'll give like up in this area here around that 930 mark. There are a couple of highs right there that could block it. Yeah, the problem with and hold is that will give you enough, will it base over 9 long enough to give you the confidence that it's holding? I mean, that's the issue. Or is it just going to whip like race right now? I mean, that's that's the challenge. And look what happened. I mean, look what happened, guys. I mean, it just dropped right down to 876 again, and that's why I'm saying you're going to take this one. You have to take fewer shares, in my opinion, because otherwise, if you take a lot of shares, you're going to have a fairly tight stop, and you'll just get chopped out. Because remember, you take a lot of shares, you still have to have a risk amount that you're willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work. So, this make some math. I mean, if you were going to risk $100 on this trade, as an example, and yet you wanted to take 1,000 shares, your stop has to be 10 cents away. Well, you put a 10-cent stop on a stock like this, you'll just get whipped out over and over and over again, in my opinion. Yeah, at one point, maybe it just keeps going. You might get lucky, but otherwise, you're just going to get whipped out over and over and over again. I didn't even check to see what the price of oil was. Usually I do that before the market opens, and so we can check that sector. But what is the price of oil right now? What is happening with it? And the answer is, all right, so yeah, so you can see why 100% of the stocks, when we looked at the sector status, why 100% of them were down for the energy plays because oil was down. However, let me take a look at this. This better be right or it'll be. Okay, so that is botched. Let me see. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. So now what I did was, when we look in the pre-market, we're looking for the change from the close, okay? But when the market opens, I've changed virtually all of my scans to the change from the open. So for instance, so right now, what this is telling me is that, compared to the open, 62% are above the open, okay, for energy. So remember, 100% of them, if I do this, oh, I'd have to, okay, well, the thing is that the change from the open, so even though 100% of them were down when we looked earlier from the close on Friday, but they have obviously starting to recover somewhat from today's open. 62% of them are above today's open. That's what this means, and so that's what, so it's probably better to have a change from the open rather than the change from the close. The change from the close is fine to look at pre-market to give you an idea about, okay, where are they in relation to yesterday's close. But once the market opens, the change from the open, in my opinion, is no, not just for this scan, but for many scans. Yeah, so I can't make any pronouncements like that, NJ. I mean, I don't know if anything can go anywhere, okay? But I'll look at open. I mean, obviously, yeah, if it can break it, could it go to 8? Sure. Of course it could. It has earnings on the 5th, so, it's coming up this week. It's a huge float, 388 million in the float, so, it's going to take a bunch to move it. But yeah, 764 looks like that's the high right there. Yeah, I guess if it could take that out, but again, it has earnings. I would never be taking this, now in advance as a swing. I never ever hold anything through earnings. Again, that is just me. Look at ACCD. I mean, this is how difficult it is. I mean, that looked like it was going to drop, right? Looked like it was going to take up at 680 and move down. Now look at it, right back up. All right. Well, this is a bit of a snooze now for me. I'm not getting any new alerts. I mean, look how whippy this apron is, APRN. I mean, that went up to 433 and then in a heartbeat it just fell. You can't tell that on the 15, but there's the 2-minute chart, up to 433 and it just immediately fell right back down to 4. So, whoa, yes, no kidding. Here I sort of was dissing this one a little bit compared to the ACCD, but yeah, look at that. Look at that Zyme. Now 661. It just took a little bit longer. Look at the volume that came up. I did not take this one. This is the one I took, the ACCD, and it could still be valid later, but definitely the Zyme. Wow. I mean, that's just a big, big move. 660 up to 7 something. Big percentage move in a short period of time. Okay, so I just had a word here. Somebody asked about Canadian data earlier. Now, I was able to show data in that top list, but I just had word now the Canadian data is back. So, Yeah, so when I looked, I mean, when I saw at least the data, I thought there was really nothing wrong, but I guess there was more to it than that. Look at the, well, the Zyme. I mean, again, the high yesterday or Friday was 793 for the ZYME. Don't lose sight of the ACCD. I mean, if it takes out that high there, which is around 720, I mean, this could have another go at trying to get closer and closer. I mean, there's 1250. I mean, there's a massive gap to fill. I mean, do all gaps get filled? Of course not, but it's all I'm looking at. That's how I trade. I look to see how much room can a stock go before it hits the next high. Looking left on the higher time frames. I always start off with a daily chart. If I don't see anything on the daily, then I check the weekly and then the monthly. I don't even have to look though. I can just look at the daily. All right, Bitcoin. I haven't looked at Bitcoin for a while. BITO. Yeah, not doing too much. What is it? Still around 38,000 or so? 38, 40,000 in that range? I don't know if you did your, I don't know, Mr. Buffett. Everybody thinks he's a dinosaur, but I find his comments very amusing. I mean, he's echoing exactly his sentiments about Bitcoin, as he's mentioned in the past, but he really laid into it on the weekend. So the trade of the week, CFVI did not trigger. Trigger was 1250, is 1250. It did not trigger. You know, I know it hit 1251 in the pre-market, but we don't count the pre-market, so it did not trigger. 12 got as high as 1240. Whoa, OPFI, OPFI, something's happening here. OPFI starting to run here. OPFI. Probably a low float. Yeah, another low float. Hmm. Well, the volume is well, it's starting to ramp up, of course. Let's see if there's any news on this. I don't see any specific news for OPFI. Well, not for the faint-hearted, but SOUN on the move here. And all traders are looking at is, wow, look at this, right? 19 in the pre-market, 19 in the pre-market. Could it do something insane? Again, that's all traders are looking at. I mean, there's an argument, again, this is not for new traders, but there's an argument to be made if it takes out 1252 as an example. You can see there's the high at 9:30, takes that out. You can see that's 9:15, that is 9 o'clock, 15-minute chart, takes that out, might have a run. And so you win. Again, not for not for new traders though. All right, guys, in about 15 minutes, I will be taking my break. So before I do that, just one last, I'll do it probably one more time later on in the day, but the test drive that starts very soon, May 16th. All right, so the test drive, you click on the link. This is what you're going to see. So it starts on the 16th. You'll actually have access to the program on the 13th, about an hour after the market closes, the 13th, Friday the 13th. Okay, about an hour after the market closes, you'll actually have access to the program so you can play around with it for the balance of Friday night plus Saturday and Sunday to get yourself at least a little bit of knowledge about the program before you start the test drive. Okay, and it'll 11 o'clock. Sorry, just a minute, please. Okay, a phone call, but my wife has answered. So for $11.11, that's what it'll cost you. It'll be 10 trading days. And if you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. That's all you're doing. You're not getting data, live data, until the 16th. So understand what this means. Okay, that's when it starts. Please read. That's when it starts. And you'll have access to our full program except for auto trading. You will not be able to auto trade, all right? Once the test drive is over, it's over. In other words, you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, so you don't have to worry about that either. So we only do this about 4 times a year. So if you're at all interested in trying us out for $11.11, sign up. Oh yeah, S-O-U-N. Oh man. I mean, you're giving away a lot if you wait for this. I get it, but let's see how many shares were issued on that one. That's I can't remember. This looks like this was a SPAC. Well, let's just take a look. Yeah, so this was a SPAC and it turned into SOUN 2 days ago. Yeah, if you gutted out these bounce plays, these energy stock bounce plays from Zach Scan, I mean, they probably all work to a varying degree of success. Yeah, and that's why. I mean, as people have been pointing out, oil, USO moving higher. So a lot of these ones that were showing up, they're probably all bouncing like this. MRO, I could go through the whole list. AR, MRO, EQT, CPE, RRC. They all had very similar bounces. So Redbox RDBX could be more like an afternoon play now. Now that we're starting to approach noon, could be more like an afternoon play if it holds these levels and starts to move. Still not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Just taking a little glance at the memers. Whoa, just pulled this one up. Wow, GME getting hammered here a little bit, not a little bit. GME. Yeah, look how choppy it is. That's why I'm saying, even though it seems crazy that I would wait for a break up here for 12 at 1240, I just look at this and I think, okay, if it would break that, it might get a lot of traders interested. Until then, you're just kind of playing around, kind of guess. By the way, guys, if you want this one, let me just bring it up again. So this is the doc version, okay? So if you want this one, I can share it. If you want to, you can glance at it over the course of the day. This is now sorted on the change from the open, as opposed to if you go in here and look at the, where are you here? Sector status, where are you? So this is the sector status change from the open. You look at this. I mean, this is, really, it's all about the change from the open. I mean, when we looked at this last, it was about 60%. Now it's almost 81%. So of the stocks that make up XLE, 81% are above the open. So they're starting to move. That's why we're seeing a lot of bounces for everything in Zach's bounce plays, which are predominantly oil stocks or energy stocks. Now, this is sort of similar. It's closer than what I would have thought, but now 52% of them are above Friday's close, okay? But 80% of them are above the open today. So it's just a different way of looking at things. All right, guys, I have to keep bringing it up, but Redbox now over 9 again. Very, very whippy. A little bit of a break here on the 2-minute chart. A little bit of a break. Okay, Redbox, RDBX. And is there volume? See, the volume is, you can obviously see it's tapered off from, of course, that first 15 or 10 o'clock volume. And on the 15-minute chart, it is tapered off. Don't see a big volume burst here, though, do we? I mean, you don't see it on the 2-minute chart. In order for, in my opinion anyway, if to take something like this, you better see some volume. Otherwise, it's just going to pop and fizzle a bit. So what you want to see is, at least on the 2-minute chart, something that is really standing out compared to those previous 2-minute candles. Maybe something at least like this one. So it's not the absolute volume, it's in relation to the previous candles. I mean, it may move without, a big explosion in volume, but it gives you a little more confidence to take something like this if it has an explosion of volume also. Now the volume is increasing a little bit on the fives. This is the one, guys, so really don't lose focus on. ACCD. Okay, I mean, right there is the high around 720 or so. So just keep, if it takes out that high, it could still have a run. And it's all about looking left. 1248 is the next high looking left. All right, guys, so it's getting closer and closer to noon. And what I'm going to do right now is put the YouTube link in. Chris will be there momentarily, probably in about 5 minutes, even less from now. So I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. You can head over there when I do take my break. All right, this BTTX is kind of basing here. We had the big drop and it actually got halted. But it is starting to base here, and I got another low float, 7.8 million. Maybe if it takes out this 125 mark. I mean, it did get up to 143. Okay, guys, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm still here until Chris takes over in our YouTube room. I don't know about the WBD shorting. I'm just watching Netflix, and Netflix certainly, it's having it's having a decent day for it for sure, and it still keeps testing that 200 level. So WBD, another streaming service, of course. So I'm not sure. I mean, I'd be watching Netflix. If you're going to short this one, I'd be watching Netflix to see what it's doing also. And of course, the other one to watch is the Para, P-A-R-A, another streaming service. This one is, to me, this one looks actually weaker than the WBD. It's been falling a little bit. If it takes out 30, this could have a nice move down for the Para. But I would continue to watch Netflix. You want to take one of these other streamers, you'd like, on a short, you'd probably want to see Netflix falling also. I mean, it doesn't have to, but it would probably help. All right, guys, so I'm just waiting for Chris to show up now. There he is. I heard a little pop. That means he's in the room. Let's see if he's got his, can he hear me?
Can you hear me now, Mr. Barry?
There he is.
All right.
Chris, back from the wilds of Washington, D.C.
Yes. I had very important business to do down there with Jay Powell.
Very important, yes. All right, Chris, I'll let you go now, okay? I'll let you, I'll put myself on mute. And
Sounds
I'll pop
good.
in about 5 minutes before the hour. Maybe we can have a chat about what's going on. But
Sounds
I'll put
good.
myself on mute right now.
All righty. Enjoy that break, Barry. We'll see you in a little
Okay,
bit.
thanks.
So happy Monday, everybody. We're back. Let's see. Remove from stream. I'm sorry, just going over. I see that some logo, but I don't know if that actually appears on YouTube or not. Wanted to interrupt with what we're going to be doing here. So, yes, as Barry mentioned, I am back from my DC trip with the CMT Association. Nice trip. Learned a lot. See what that translates to here. So, but with all those things aside, feel free, start firing questions away for me here. Ready to get at it, ready to go to it. Let's see, another Monday. We're down a bit on the averages. I did not really look at the I really did not look at the markets much while I was gone last week. I decided to kind of unplug a little bit in that sense. Not that I didn't see anything. Obviously, I was with, a whole bunch of technicians and markets are being talked about. But, I just kind of monitored, what the major averages were doing, and that was it. I saw that big move that we made up, I guess it was Thursday, and then the big sell-off on Friday. So, and here we are back below that 420 level on the SPY, and that seems like a pretty big deal. Bring that up real quick here, and I'm also just trying to check. I want to see on YouTube if it's, I don't know how we get rid of that. Banner. Interesting. All right. I have to try to figure this out, but I don't particularly care for that at all. So yeah, DC was good. Like I said, a lot of quants and things like that. Different fund strategies and new inciting indicators that people are coming up with and testing for all kinds of things. So, it was a lot of good stuff, a lot of things that'll, very, very CMT type stuff. And, you get to meet some of the technical analysis heroes, Ralph Akamora, John Bollinger, several other people from the CMT Association. So good times there. Let's see here. Boy, I really want to remove that thing that's on my charts right now. So again, fire some questions away for me, folks. If not, I guess I'll do what I can to entertain us here. So let's see. I really wasn't looking at much this morning. Natural gas looked kind of strong for a while. I think it's still holding up there. Sorry, I saw this in the strength alerts come through today. So this looks interesting here. Petroleum refineries, which I find kind of interesting instead of natural gas. But all the same, I've got it on got a price alert on it. I just, I don't have a lot of conviction to jump anything earlier. I'm looking hard at it now. My drawing tool's not working. Got all kinds of bugs happening to me today. Have to restart my Epic Pen. What I'm trying to illustrate here is, this kind of base that it's got going on here. It's got a nice little wick up there over 11. But it looks like it's struggling to get through this area right here. So I'm not going to just jump right on it. Although, I'd rather get a fill here than here, but I also I don't like that wick, the way that came in like that. So I'm going to be real picky. Well, TRD SPY almost challenging 400 barrier. What a disaster. A while ago I said I really thought the SPY was going to push down. I was in a discussion with someone on Twitter months ago about the SPY possibly pushing down, I think, to the 489 area, I want to say. All right, here we go. Now it's working. I couldn't get that to work for a minute there. God. Just give me a second of this idiot in here. Some days just be like that, dog. All right, so I'll jump back on the question about the VWAP and all that in just a second here. I'm gonna bring up the SPY chart again. And so what I had discussed with someone previously, I want to say it was a couple of months ago, but get rid of these drawings here. I don't really need those anymore. And I think those are pretty clear defined levels that I'm not too concerned about. So kind of looking at a head and shoulders or complex head and shoulders that happen here. Complex head and shoulders when there's a double shoulder. Now, typically you'd call a complex head and shoulders from the left side, and the right side would be just a single shoulder. But I don't think that's what we have for the case here. And we would call the neckline, I would call the neckline probably somewhere in this level. I'm lying. Probably somewhere in this level, all right? And you measure from the top of the head to the neckline to get what you're looking for, all right, as a target. Now, I think when I had done this before, I was looking at maybe a neckline more like down here. I think that's maybe what it was. And gave me a target down to about, I want to say 389, something like that. Yeah, that looks about right. So from where I originally had set a call from and a private chat a few months ago, there to there. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility whatsoever. And I think that's very likely. I think that's very likely right now. So it's, more of a day trader's market at this point. That's for sure. There's not really much to be had for swing trades, I would say. Very few and far in between. Every rally is to be sold until further notice. So it would seem. So Ken, could you explain more about how VWAP versus no, it's just so VWAP, Ken, is an intraday indicator. VWAP 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are just going back days. So VWAP 1 is your typical intraday VWAP. VWAP 2 would be going back anchored 2 days. 3 would be anchored 3 days back. 4 days back. 5 days back, just like that. So it was just a way for us to introduce anchored VWAP from Brian Shannon at Alpha Trends. Yeah, of course, TRD. So let me know if that makes sense, Ken. That's all that is. It's just simply anchoring the VWAP back X amount of days. So one, current day is 1, back 5 days is 5. Apron, I saw that as a high flyer earlier today. Not anything I'm going to go chasing after, of course. I mean, that's just not a great looking chart, to say the least. Really not a great looking chart. However, I guess, looking at it on day trading terms, all the same. You got all this resistance that's right here. That's nothing I want to go playing around with. Massive amount of volume, but also look at that volume just fade throughout the day. So, but it's something, if you're interested to play, I'd say, you set a price alert where you think that price alert needs to be set. That's going to be subjective to you. Got this 8:15 catching up with each other, 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart, and see if that can grab it and push it forward. The 5 obviously been struggling a little bit through here. All right, glad that worked out for you, Ken. And again, let me know if I don't cover something well, just let me know. Excuse me. What else were we looking at today? Everybody in the world was probably looking at Redbox. They take Netflix and turn it into a Coke machine. Or Netflix used to have boxes like that, right? Am I thinking of the right companies? I don't remember anymore. Yeah, Redbox Entertainment. This has got to be the one that you find at like the supermarkets and stuff, right? I'm trying to figure out why they even IPO'd here to start with. Even more so, why anybody would be buying it. But all the same, here we have it. Thing went nuts on Friday, it looks like. A lot of volume in it recently. So I guess that's a sympathy play for Netflix falling apart. What does Netflix look like? Woof. Woof. Yeah, that doesn't look too healthy there. Take a look around the horn at some of the former big boys. See Facebook, so their earnings, they gapped up, and they're holding that gap, all right? There's tails on top, but all the same, considering what the market's doing overall, can't really argue that too much. Facebook, Googs. New still looks pretty weak overall. Amazon. Now it's funny, back in January when they reported they were going to save the market, pretty much gave it up right after that. Made a move back up and giving it really right back up. I'm trying to look, what do we see here? So they're well outside these ranges now. Get rid of some of these lines. Yeah, I mean, looking at Amazon here, interesting where it falls to. Let's breakout level here off that, gap up and go. Falls below there, look on out. Looking just below 2,000 essentially. Why, thank you, Perfect Circle. Good to be back. So, all right, that's Amazon, Facebook, Google. I haven't checked out Apple yet. Also, not looking so healthy. Double top. Maybe. So far, yeah. Or is it just going to be more range bound and bounce off there again? Biggest lesson I learned at the CMT, the same lesson as always. Trade your plan. Have a plan and trade it. No specific tips. It's just, there's a lot of history that was talked about. John Bollinger went over, a lot of great technicians over the years that really paved their way for us. And then, Ralph Nakamura, just really talking about, his early days and who he worked for, and, really trying to get, people to really look at technical analysis seriously. Jay Woods and Dan Russo came and spoke. And again, just all the same theme, a lot of, trading, having that plan and trading it, being systematic, and a lot of stories about, where they came from, things like that. There's also, a lot of speakers in the sense of, going over, people from, William J. O'Neill and Company, going over different ways they manage funds and technical indicators or quant strategies and things like that. They don't drill all the way down into the proprietary stuff, but, discussing things because they want people to be interested in what they're doing to manage money and things like that. There's plenty of people like that. There's, the Stock Almanac, the founder of it, his son, who's now taken over, Stock Traders Almanac, he came in and talked about these things about, the super boom and things like that. And if we're far off from it, a lot of stuff about, us possibly being the beginning of a commodity super cycle, or, the second year of a commodity super cycle, and the contradicting things with that about, you don't usually see commodities skyrocket at the same time you do the dollar skyrocket, a lot of things like that. So, I think it's a lot more of a bigger picture. Almost nobody there is a day trader. I was probably one of the only people there, one of the very few people there that does any day trading. Everybody else is, much longer term trading on technical analysis, generally speaking. Few people in there mixing technicals with fundamentals. But if there's one tip that I can share, it's the one I'll always share with you. If you don't have a plan before entering the trade, it was never a trade. It was always a bet. It was always a gamble. We were playing roulette or poker or whatever your fix is. Perfect Circle is a lot of talk about the current market. Here, let me pull up a chart. Got to find this on Twitter, actually. See if I can find it here. I don't know how well I can show this or not. It's kind of small. I don't know how well you folks are going to be able to see this. Let's try to blow this up a little bit. But so essentially what this chart is showing is that every time the 10-year yield spikes, something in the market breaks. And it's been 14 for 14 right here. And we just had a 15th spike. So the question everybody's asking now is, did something break, or is it in the process of breaking, and what is it? And you can see what it corresponds to with each one of these here. So that was a really big one. You had a few people that were, big market bears. Then you had some other people that think, we're going to have a slow grind off into a bear market and, find our footing there. You have other people, you had every walk, every type of person you could think of, from those that think we're going to crash and never come back to those that think that we're bottoming already. A lot of conflicting opinions. So again, trade what you see, not what you think or what you know. And don't trade what other people are telling you. But this was a very, very interesting piece to me. The same guys that were doing a lot of this here, they also talked about how don't fight the Fed has always been the way, but don't fight the Fed was, the Fed was going to prop up the market. And now they believe don't fight the Fed is the Fed wants to drag the market down, trying to bring it in for a quote unquote soft landing, which they don't know how to do. And that they'll end up rolling the market over even further than it already has. But they think that's the Fed's way of trying to get inflation under control. So a lot of big macro picture, and a lot less of what we do here, I would say, in general. And again, just a lot of systematic stuff, being very systematic with your trading. So anyways, yeah, that's an interesting chart that came in through there. Here's the thing, Perfect Circle, who is sensible, I think people have confirmation bias, those that are, really negative. That's what they're going to see. They're going to gravitate towards those people and all those things like that. Yeah, so all that, all those kinds of things. Yeah, I mean, look, that's where I lie. I can make a case for either one. I mean, inflation is through the roof. They also talked about there was a very interesting chart about how unemployment is running hot, in the sense that there's 5 million more jobs than there are unemployed people, and that the Fed has to figure out a way to correct that, and some stuff like that. So a lot of talk about the Fed. The Fed's mandate now is to bring the market down to even the playing field of inflation and all that. So, but yeah, there's an argument to be made for anything. There's no reason for us to go up the way we did. So does that stand? There's a reason for us to go down this way now. I mean, there's really no reason for either. And that's why I just continue to say, I'll just let price dictate what I'm doing. I think, on the technical analysis side of things, it's worth noting that on any of the moves up, we had declining volume, all right? And the moves back down, we had increasing volume. I think that's very important to note, showing that where the conviction in the buying and selling is. And that's, for me, one of the reasons why the path of least resistance remains lower. Let's see. Apron continues win races. SOUN. What are you? Some kind of IPO, I guess. Holy cow, what a move this thing has made through the day. Had I not noticed this earlier? Let's see. Huge gap up, came down, caught that 8 EMA, and has been riding it ever since. I'm not going to go chasing it, but certainly worth noting. Take a look at the time and sales. Not a fun spread, that's for sure. Not at that price. That's a tough trader. That's going to be a no for me, dog. Let's see, VTRN continues to poke its head around the same level here. So poke back through again. It's still just not giving me conviction to go chasing it. I want to, but I'm not going to. And that's why right there. I mean, you know, that drop right back off again. I'm just not trying to be a part of that. RILY. Let's see. RILY. What's happening there? And up a nice 6 2/3%, give or take. Let's see. This thing's well down. I mean, almost 50% off its highs. Financials. Just wonder, is it a bounce for sympathy? You know, how far can it be? I mean, look at the daily RSI. I mean, that thing is massively oversold. It's certainly got room to run to the upside. I don't know how much further it can run than it's already run now. I'll also say not very liquid either. Massive spread on that. I mean, look at that spread. No thanks. And, you know, it's doing almost 5 times normal volume at 400,000 shares. I mean, that means this thing trades less than 100,000 shares a day. Excuse me, less than, yeah, less than 100,000 a day. Barry's harassing me. I mean, look at that spread now. It's opened up to 16 cents on a very illiquid stock. Also, you know, we can see here this big spike in volume to close the other day. Smaller even on the open and continuing to fade. So I will be passing on that. What else can we look at? Mattel, that's been on a few races. So, all right, so they had a gap up the other day. Earnings hanging around that gap up level. Trying to hang on. Yeah. Why do people have to do that? Okay, what else? What else is happening? What else are we looking at? This was an interesting one. This gets to be my Monday quarterback. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Obviously had this big gap down and a small recovery through Friday, and he gave it up. And a nice steady move up for the day. And I had a price alert set at 6:30. I don't know where 6:30 will be on this. Let's pretend it's there for a second. And just continually has moved up. Got a nice range going on. See if it can't break that range. In fact, let's just take a look here. Let's set a price alert. Really don't know if I want to get in anything right now, but we'll set that price alert. Yeah, bots are in full force. Do I look at the VIX? Not really. No, I don't look at the VIX a whole lot. I mean, for a conversation piece more than anything else. I looked last night. I think the VIX was at 33. Yeah, it's at 34 now. So, and don't confuse the VIX with the VXX. They're not the same thing. I mean, they are, but they're really not. Interesting though. Yeah, I mean, because when I'm day trading, I'm really just looking at the charts of the stocks that I'm in. I mean, the VIX just means more volatility overall for the overall market. But there's individual stocks. It's like those fish that can swim under the tide. That aren't getting affected by the tide or the waves. Essentially, is what we're doing here, or what I should say I'm doing. Oh, I wanted to click on. Let's see, Sting. I was watching this too, but same thing. I saw this early. I said, I just don't know if it can really get through that or not. Let's see, especially here's the other thing. This move it's already made. Now, anything I look at, there's the odds of me taking anything home overnight at this point are slim to none. I'm just in no appetite for holding any risk overnight. ACAD, ACCD, so price alert, and jump right back down below it. GFF, what are you? Lawn and garden tractor and home lawn and garden equipment. Might be worth watching for the close here. But yeah, these hours here, this lunch hour, I'm especially not looking to get involved in anything right now. I'm gonna have to, you can't. For me, I can't get excited about something when I see the volume doing this, and you've got price action still slowly on a decline overall here, and that'll cause me to miss a lot. But in this environment, I'm okay with it. We're not in a rising tide lifts all boats. Where the bull market makes me look like a genius, because that's what the bull market did. It made me look like a genius for a while, and now now I look like I like to sit on my hands a lot, which I'm okay with. Test drive will go live. I got to look at a calendar here. Anybody that signs up for the test drive should have access to it. Give me a second. I got to figure this out. Test drive. It goes live technically Friday after market close, before that Monday. Give me a second to look some stuff up here. Test drive. So, all right. So it starts May 16th, Monday, May 16th, which means it really starts May 13th about half an hour after the market closes, give or take, well, more take. In between 4:30 and 5 o'clock, Monday the 13th, Friday the 13th. Oof, Friday the 13th. Just realized that one. That's when anybody in the test drives data will go live. So it'll give you basically all the rest of May access to premium. Oh, Barry's chiming in there. Friday the 13th after market close. There's such thing as professional traders at firms taking lunch. Well, I think a lot of people are taking lunch at this time or late breakfast or whatever it is, depending on, being East or West Coast and things like that. But, I think you find, if you look at any chart, with the exception of something that has news midday, you're going to find volume decreasing throughout the day, right up until, depending on the stock, it could be as early as 2:30, as late as 3:15, the volume to come back into it, if it's going to come back into it. And of course, everything will have higher volume from about 3:45 to close, because that's just the way it works. Orders have to be settled. Positions have to be closed. Books have to be made. All those things like that. And then yes, on, as far as the, the big prop trading firms and desks and things like that, yeah, they're all going out to lunch. And when it comes to automation, I mean, you're not going to find a lot of retail automation, to be honest with you. Things that hedge funds and stuff are doing that, very different than what you and I are doing. And that's why, we don't try to compete with, corporations and companies like that. There's no way to compete with big hedge funds and high frequency traders. You let them eat and cannibalize each other. We just try to find the ways through the cracks in between all that stuff. But, just speaking from my own experience from several years, generally speaking, if I put a position on in between, I'll say 11:30-ish in the morning and 2 o'clock-ish in the afternoon, I almost always take a loss on it, unless it's a swing, something I was looking for a swing position of. But it's been 8 months since I would have found something like that, to be honest, at this point. I haven't seen that. That takes me back. There was a lot of talk about breadth and looking at market breadth at the symposium, and that there's big, some big different market breadth indicators showing that really, even though the averages were still propped up last spring, that many stocks were in correction or bear market territory over a year ago at this point, and that you had one. What's her name? Helene. I can't think of her name. Let me look it up here. I know the first name. I can't think of the last name. Helene Missler. She really was a firm believer that, bear market really started last year under the hood, that people didn't, people were very slow to wake up and realize that we're already, well into a bear market, actually. So she had some very good stuff on market breadth and really, really good stuff like that. So, but kind of tying it in with this not buying stuff at this hour here, it's hard because, this price alert goes off again. And, I'm looking at this in a few different ways here. I'm looking at this for, just a day trade. Even if I got, 15, 20, 30 cents, I'd be happy with that on a medium position. But, this level seems to be an issue right in here. And so do I really want to jump on it at this level? Because we see how far and fast it retracted off that there. All right. And even off this here. I don't feel like taking a big bath on a silly position and it looks better on this chart to me than it looks on this chart to me. Which one's right? I have no idea. Plaza, I don't really know breadth indicators that well. She was using the McKellen. She was using which McKellen one? McKellen. A summation, McKellen summation, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was McCullen. Like she was using a really basic one. There was also a lot of talk about what decimalization did to the stock market when we went from eighths and quarters. Yeah, McCullen summation. That's it. So that she was really using some basic stuff, but it was she was certainly making sense. And what she said, what she talked about last year that she brought up this year, she hit last year. She hit it on the head with what she said. Coming into this year. So smart lady, that's for sure. Way smarter than me. But that's the reason why I'm taking the CMT course, is to be around like-minded people like that and have a bigger picture. It's nice to be able to eke out, paying the bills and whatnot with some short-term trading, but I want to be able to couple that with some much bigger long-term outlooks. Just continually always learning. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm actually, gonna poke through Twitter and see if I can find her, see if I can find anything from her on there. See if I can find anything that she shared. So, here's this is a shot of her right here going back. This was at the symposium. And yeah, so she's using the McKellen, like I said, the summation index. She also made us get out pad and papers and start doing charting by hand. It was pretty fun, actually. Oh, here we go. Someone posted it. Oh, Bill Keller posted it. So here is we had to get we got handed all pieces of paper and pencils like this, just exactly like this. Here's a picture of what we had. And she had us doing some charting like this because she used to do all of her charting by hand and wanted us to get a feel for it. I'm talking about Helene Meisler. Here, I'll show you. If you're on Twitter, she's a good follow. Don't confuse brains with a bull market. So, smart cookie. That's for sure. I think it just implies that there's a continued battle between buyers and sellers. I'd say more than anything else, the buyers are exhausted and the sellers are just chipping away, death by 1,000 cuts type of thing. So this is who I was talking about here for anybody who's interested. If you're a Twitter person, I think she's a pretty good follower. I don't don't think there's anything more to read into the candles and the wicks and things like that than we already know. That there's no other secret or hidden tip or trick coming. I mean, the market wants lower. I think that's, obvious. And anytime I say something like that, just keep in mind, my thought is always, what does it look like right now? It looks like it's continued this. Is it going to be this straight down like that? I doubt that. But, and with that said, could we wake up tomorrow and be right back at 420 in a day? Because I don't know. Aliens came down and showered us with free food for the entire planet. Sure, anything is possible at this point. I mean, we live in a wacky world that gets wackier every day. But I mean, logically thinking and looking at this chart here and this bow that's happened and the fact that, we tried to rally, we sold off. We tried to rally, we sold off. We tried to rally, we sold off. All right. I think it's fairly safe to say that that the path of least resistance is lower. And if nothing else, just for fun, we could even call a head and shoulders inside a head and shoulders, just for fun looking at that now. And again, we measure price top of the head to the bottom of the neckline. And again, that puts us at 400 or so on this, next leg down. And the bigger head and shoulders picture, I'd say, here and here. And that puts us from here to here, to about here to down here in that 489-ish level, short term, long term. Now I think that's where we're going. I think the market wants it. I think the market needs it. My question is that I ask myself, do we see big capitulation where we see that day where, it's just violent selling, just unrelenting capitulation for a day or two? Or is it just a lot of this, we make this what feels like that. This is it. This is the big move down. And then we pop back up. And this is it. It's a big move down. We pop back up. And this is it. This is the big move. And then we pop back up. I don't know. Do we pop back up again or no? But again, just like I pick on the K-Web and the FXI and IBB and whatever else is out there that's, new higher low or lower highs constantly, here we go. We're making higher lows or lower highs consistently now, 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be 5 here, unless we can break this and get a close back over, I'll say 425. Again, the patterns are there. I'm going to keep my eye on the time for Barry because I have my earphones out, so I can't hear if he comes in yet. And again, just proving why I don't take a trade, why I prefer not to take trades midday like this. This just can't get through that level. And I don't know that it's going to get through at level. It's not like I'm waiting for it to, it's definitely going to bust later, but I'm just going to wait till it busts later. I have no idea. But I just, again, mostly declining volume. We decline, kind of evened out, had that one pop, but it, and it fell right out here and doesn't look like it's doing anything more than here. And it looks, even easier to see here on a 5-minute chart. So there's no reason to rush into any of this stuff. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, you got it at, 10.16 and I'm already, underwater 8 cents. And it's just not a fun position to be in. That's all there is to it. ACCD. All right. I discussed this. Said, well, I'm going to set a price alert here. And the price alert went off a couple of times and the thing fell right off again. And not only is it falling off, but actually it has picking up volume, selling off. And especially, you want to consider there's a reason this happened. All right. It's not coming right back. More likely than not coming right back. And, like I said, puzzle. It's always a puzzle putting the whole thing together. So, just really nothing is jumping at me at all anywhere. ZTO is China, right? Yeah, it's going to be a no for me, dog. The K-Web gapped up, right? Didn't it? What was up? Maybe it gapped down and it reversed. Is that what it did? I can't remember. No, it gapped up. It fell and moved and kind of just sticking around. So still looks about as ugly as any of those evil Disney stepsisters or whatever they are. Yeah, FOMC on Wednesday too. So you're going to find less. I don't think you'll see a big range, anything happen big range wise. We'll see. That's another thing too. All this stuff that I talk about, these breadth indicators and things like that, head and shoulders showing the targets on those things, and all this indicating lower. And then at the same time, we're in a rate increasing environment. We increased the last meeting. A lot of people think it's foregone. It's 50 basis points. A few think it's going to be 25. Another few think it'll be 75. Either way, the Fed's going to obviously raise something, whether it's 25 or 75. I'm sure someone knows, but who that is, they're obviously not going to say. My point being is that normally when the Fed's raising rates, the stock market tends to go up and like it. A lot of things are contradictory towards what they normally are right now. We're coming out of a weird environment, something that's never, ever been seen before. That's the bottom line, and you can't relate it to pandemics of the past, the Spanish flu of, 1919 and things like that, because the world was completely different. The stock market was different. And while human behavior wasn't different, the mechanics of a lot of these things were different. And on top of that, there was no globalization back then. We're a much more connected world. Everything is affected by everything else at this point. I mean, if you don't believe that, just look, when they're talking about in the mid 2010s, Greece defaulting was causing panic in everybody else's stock markets. Like, really, Greece is causing panic around the rest of the world? I mean, to the average person, they probably don't get it or understand it. But and even to a lot of experts, it didn't really make sense to them. But it doesn't have to make sense. It just is. That's the way it goes. To quote Matthew Verdow, who runs who's CEO of Optima. They're another scanning software, but they're a little different than what we are. They're not for short-term traders at all. If you're trading less than a couple of weeks, probably not your cup of tea for software. Very, very, very advanced software. And he does the courses. He does a set of courses for the CMT, and he always gets he always makes sure he chimes in when someone says, oh, it's all about the technicals or all about the fundamentals. He says, no, we're technicians who live in a fundamental world, and to think anything else is foolish, at least on the big scope of picture and the big picture of things. I don't think one works better on any time frame than another. I'm sure you'll have people that argue that one does more than another. I would say it doesn't. I'd say individually, it's not going to matter, because what we're doing with these indicators is we're trying to find confirmation, price and direction, price and trend, essentially, right? What people have to understand, I think it's better. I think it's important to understand how these oscillators specifically work. So, for example, RSI, because it's just so common and so many people look at it, something can get oversold, all right? And if the price kind of hovers around like this, as the previous days in that 14 period roll off, the RSI will start to move down, all right? And that's not because the price action is becoming weaker. It's just simply because those days of the bigger price action volume and moves start to roll off, essentially. So, those are the things to keep in mind, is everything becomes relative to each other. The other thing I'll say is, Williams R, RSI, market index, stochastics, MACD, all of them, they're all the same thing. I mean, if you put every one of those oscillators up, the actual oscillators, not like a MACD cross signal or something like that, you put all those oscillators actually up, there's going to be almost no difference between what they look like here. I mean, virtually none. You'll see some lag slightly more than others, essentially. It's using those, with whatever moving average or fib levels, if that's what you want to use, pivot levels, if you're drawing them on yourselves, is using those for confirmation of what your thesis is, essentially. And again, just not much to look at. This is my race down here. This one has looked at almost exactly the same for over a week now. You got Sting here. Has that made a move? Still can't, How do you get excited about this? I mean, yes, I guess it's got a nice trend that's moving up like that overall. But every time it gets near this level, it gets shot back down again. How do you get excited about that? How can I run into it? 800,000 shares traded on the day, almost 900,000 shares traded on the day. It's just not going to run into it. That's all. Like I said, I'll wait another hour and see. If I miss it, I miss it. As I say, I'd rather miss out on the upside than participate in the downside.
Mr. Barley,
I hear you.
Can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
You said you had your mic off before, so I wasn't sure. Yeah, what a day. What a day. Very, very choppy. I'm actually looking, hopefully, buddy, starting tomorrow. Well, we have 100,000 companies releasing earnings this week. None of the, obviously, the big guys, they've already had their earnings released. But, I always say that these smaller second and third tier companies, they can give us some really interesting trades. So hopefully, for the balance of the week after today, we'll get a lot more sustained moves. That's what I'm looking for. I just don't see the sustained moves.
That's exactly it. I was saying before, what we do, the scanning that we do, is we're trying to find those small fish that are swimming under the big tides, under the radar of what all these big whales and everybody are looking like. I wanted to ask you, speaking of earnings, are you still using your option scanner around earnings? Because that thing was on fire for a little over a year, if I'm not mistaken. And then I just stopped watching it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I resurrected it about, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks ago. And I am watching it now. Now that we're really getting it, we had a couple today. I mean, were they awesome? ACCD, for instance, take a look at ACCD. The alert was at $7. And what did it get up to? 722. So great shakes there. And then the ZYME or ZYME, the alert was at 661. It got up to 722. So, I mean, that one was pretty good. As you know, Chris, don't get too many alerts from that scanner. And the other thing, too, is that with the market, the way it is, it's going to be really, really, if you're looking to take stocks that are moving higher in today's market, I mean, you're just not going to find too many. And even the ones we do find, probably not that sustained. It's that simple.
No, that's exactly what I was discussing, especially, these mid-afternoon hours, it's a decreasing volume on everything. So ACCD, I actually had a price alert earlier for 6:30. I said, I just don't, Monday, and I just don't have any conviction to take anything. And it went through the price alert and it continued on. I moved it up to here above 7. And I'm just not going to run and jump on that. But it was on races earlier, and same with the what was the other one you just said? I can't even think of it now.
ZYME.
Yeah, ZYME, exactly. And the same thing with that, just, no real follow through to any of it. And
which is too bad, because when you look left, they've both got a ton of room on the daily chart, like a ton of room. So, but, in this market environment, I mean, people, we of course, we always say that some of these smaller ones, they don't really care what the overall market's doing within reason, within reason. But I just think that it's, even these small ones that have the bounces or the pops, very difficult to have a follow through. Take a look at this one as an example, Chris. Take a look at INVZ, okay? INVZ. Now, if you read the news on this one, and I know you don't like reading news, but I mean, I will always read the news in the pre-market just to see what's happening, right, and why something would have a pop. So when you read the news on this one, I mean, it literally says that they have a deal that is going to increase its forward-looking order book by $4 billion to 6.6. Now that's pretty, I mean, that's quite an eye-catching press release.
Yeah, I've got it right here in IB. Bring it over for everybody to see.
Yeah,
they can't even hold what they did.
Exactly. Now it's not a crazy low float. It's 97 million in the float, but you would think I would say this, so that, well, even with that float, if the market was, not quite in this doom and gloom scenario, that something like that would at least have some continuation rather than just give up the pre-market highs and just fall and almost go negative. I mean, again, it's the trader mentality. I mean, again, even if you don't believe or really want to follow the news, that is a pretty darn eye-catching press release. And under normal circumstances, you would think that one would move. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow, maybe it's a delayed reaction. I'm certainly going to keep following it. But yeah, this market is just, a lot of investors or traders who are kind of new over the last few months, they're not used to this. It's
No,
that simple.
that's exactly it. Definitely worth watching. Even though, like you said, almost 100 mil in that float. 26 million shares traded today. I can't believe that's just going to dry up and tomorrow to go back to whatever its normal volume is. That's a really big deal to increase by 2.6 billion like that. I mean,
Yeah, actually, it was by 4 billion. I think they said they were probably. It was. I think it was
oh,
four
raised by
billion.
4 billion. I'm sorry, I was misreading. From 4 billion to 6 billion is what I thought I was reading. No, from yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. So I mean
Yeah,
that's huge, like you said. But I think
it's
also
huge.
we're in an environment where people have flipped their minds to what's the catalyst or what's moving up that can be a catalyst for me to sell now versus what's moving
Mhm,
up that's a catalyst for me to buy now.
exactly.
That mentality. So, all
So
right, sir,
anyway,
you'd like
I
to
can
take it
I can
back
take
over?
over.
All right.
Okay, let me get my screen going. There we are. Okay, thanks, Chris. So I'll let everybody know that you'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30, right?
You got it, my friend. I'll see you then.
Oh, okay, Chris. Bye bye.
Adios.
All right, guys, I'm back. I'm just taking over for Chris in our YouTube room also. And let me get my music going. So, yeah, I mean, I had this ACCD. I had my alert set up here right around 6. Looked pretty interesting for a while. And then all of a sudden, look at this. So, is really, really struggling to find anything. I'm just talking to Chris in our YouTube room, that has I'm not saying there's nothing, but a very strong trend in either direction. Okay. I mean, I know a lot of you only looking for trends in the positive direction, but just not finding a lot right now. Now, this HCDI, which I know somebody mentioned this one earlier, I mean, this is not bad. Low float, 9 million in the float. I don't see, is there any specific news on it? I don't see any specific news for it today. I know they had some news on the 28th, but I don't see any specific news today. But yeah, it's a nice break. HCDI. Now, how much further is it going to go? If you look left, I'm just looking left on on the monthly chart. So it looks like 354 on the monthly chart is the next high looking left. Okay, so this stag, I've seen this one before. This is showing up on Zach's bottom scanner. So, but again, guys, with this market moving down, now this is not an energy play. You guys are talking about the one from the last couple of weeks, NUTX. Yeah, it's having a bit of a run. It is above, not quite above Friday's high. Friday's high was what, 1049? And then you're looking at 1051. And then that's the magic one, the 1381. That's all traders are looking at. Can it take out 1050 and then maybe get close to that 1351, which was the high of 1 2 3 4 days ago for NUTX? And the meme stocks are just dying today anyway. I always hate to write them off completely because out of nowhere they can catch a bid and just start to run. But today, anyway, I'm looking at GME and AMC. Netflix tried and tried and tried to get through 200, and it just couldn't do it. Oops, wrong symbol. NFLX just couldn't do it. All this rejection right at 200, right in this area here. And now my guess is that the other streaming services, I know somebody was talking about WBD before. So yeah, I mean, it's now following Netflix. If you took that short, there might be some support just around 19, because look at the 5-minute chart for WBD. And it looks like there's pretty good support around 19. So guys, at 2 o'clock, this is the monthly development meeting that I do attend. Okay, so that's at 2 o'clock. It's once a month, first Monday of the month. So I think today is the first Monday of the month. So there was a development meeting that I do attend at 2 o'clock. So the area of Netflix, I mean, if you're looking at this one, Netflix, look at the 15-minute chart. Look at about the 194 level right there. Look at that 15-minute chart. We got a bunch of bodies right there, but around 194. Takes that out, guys. I mean, that could, I mean, you'd be chasing it, but that would be a pretty interesting level for it to fall through. And that is on the Netflix NFLX. Well, I'm glad you're saying that, William, because I know you're an active trader, and I'm obviously less active than you are. Yeah, I only took the one trade, the ACCD, and that is it. But as you know, I don't get antsy about not trading. I just want to make sure it's a setup I like. Everything has to be checked. If it isn't, I'm just going to pass. I just have my hopes set for the balance of the week with all the companies that are going to be releasing earnings. I mean, there were a few today, but they'll really ramp up. We'll see, of course, earnings after hours today, and then pre-market tomorrow, and then all the way to Friday. So I think we'll have a lot of earnings plays to take a look at. My hope is that we get some on the 10-day daily breakdown, ones that are near the lows, lifetime lows. And I suppose the 10-day daily breakouts too. But again, in this market environment, even if we have a day, where the market kind of rips a bit, I think just people are so now conditioned to just shorting the tops. Well, the stag would have worked for a bit. I mean, 30 cents. The stag would have worked for a little bit. STAG on a pop. I'm going to keep an eye on Zach's bouncers now. even though the market is moving down. I'm going to see, maybe grab, 40, 50 cents from some of these poppers, not poppers, but bouncers. Well, yeah, no, I talked about this with Chris. He asked me about my option scanner if I'm looking at it again. So I did resurrect it a couple of weeks ago. The problem is, of course, is that, these are stocks that in theory you want to go long on. But again, if the market is going to be like this, it's hard to completely commit. Now, I will say this, at the Zyme, was great for a while. 661, there's the alert. And before it fell back, it got up to 716. In this market, 716 or so, in this market environment, I mean, that's awesome. I did not take that one. This is the one I took. I mean, I got from 7 to 727. I mean, that's nothing stellar, but for these, I probably should just flip it and get the ones moving down on big option volume. In fact, that's what I'll do. I'm just going to flip the thing. So this is a feature we've got. I'm going to duplicate it. And so what I mean by flip is that it'll take the filters that we have and the alert. So in other words, instead of looking for new highs, I want to see new lows. And that's and then just down from the previous close. What if I'm, you know what? I may change this to the open. I'll keep it like it is right now. So I flip this, then it's got to be down at least from the previous close. So let's just take a look. If I do that. Okay, so you're going to see what's going to happen. It's going to flip what could be flipped. Oops, I don't think I flipped it. Yeah, I didn't flip it. Idiot. Okay, flip it. Now flip it. Now get rid of this. All the DR means is don't repeat. See how that flipped? Now instead of looking for a new high with these filters, and has to be below the previous close. So now let's see if I get anything. I don't know if we'll get anything, but the flip feature is pretty cool, because if you're looking for a kind of what we'll call a competing strategy, which in this case you can see why I'm calling this a competing strategy. This is moving higher with unusually strong options, moving lower. Okay, so they're competing. So instead of having to create something from scratch, you can just kind of flip one strategy, and it will flip whatever can be flipped. Obviously, you cannot flip a volume range or a price range, but certainly you can flip things like the change from the open, or the change from the close, or a new high or a new low, things like that. This stupid thing keeps getting halted over and over again. Halts, resumes. CETXP. Well, let's take a look at our friend Redbox. RDBX. It's kind of, see, this is actually kind of basing not badly here. You look at this 15-minute chart, it's kind of hanging in this area. You can kind of see that if it gets some volume, and you want to see a big volume burst, certainly starting on the 2 and then the 5 and again the 15. But if you get a big volume burst and it takes out this, this 9 level, a little over the 9 level, it could have a late day challenge of the highs, and who knows from where it goes. But there's no volume. You got to have some volume. Otherwise, you'll drive yourself crazy. You'll take it and then it'll drop, and you get stopped out. All right, guys, I was talking about Netflix, NFLX. It's probably sitting on a pretty important intraday support level. Around that 194.50 level. If it took that out, it may have another fall in it. I mean, it's looking interesting. The red box is looking interesting. You see how it's kind of curling just a little bit, but a little bit of a volume push there, a little bit of one on that 2-minute chart. You can kind of see the previous one. So it may want to get going again, but I still don't see anything really huge on the 5-minute. So our volume now, that 103, so we're certainly greater than Friday's volume. Now, it's trying, guys, it's trying, but I just want to see more volume. Speaking of which, no, this has not quite gone negative yet, but look at this INVZ, but look at the volume. I mean, it's a big float, 97 million, but it's traded, almost 27 million now, 68 times normal. To me, this could be one to watch tomorrow. Okay, depending where it closes, of course, but this could be one to watch tomorrow and see if, it's still up, a little bit, and see if that news gets more and more digested. But right now, I was kind of kidding when I said, watch this go negative. I was kind of kidding, but look at this. It's only 20 cents above the close on Friday. All right, guys, RDBX is now inching its way over 9. No volume though. Yeah, you see some little volume bursts on the 2-minute, but nothing on the. Look, it is increasing a little bit. Let's take a look at a big chart here. So it is starting to increase on the 5-minute. Okay, you can kind of see here. You see how it is starting to ramp up a little bit, guys. Starting to ramp up a little bit. Increasing volume over the last, 15 minutes now. So this could be getting set for, round 1 million of this one. If you watch this one for the last 2 weeks. Yeah, I've got 935. I've got I have an alert here, but there's that high. That high real, by the way. This is what real is talking about. So there's a high right there of 932, right there. But will it hold? Yeah, will it first of all get there, number one, and hold, and then break through? Yeah, the volume is starting to increase. I mean, you can sort of see it on the 5-minute chart. Oh, I don't know, Marco. I have no idea if it showed it. You know, there's other filters involved, so I have no idea if it showed it. Can't do a history on it either. Yeah, they can't, and plus, it's only in a 2-minute time frame. So let me see here. Yeah, it might have. It might have, but I can't do a history on it. Yeah, I don't see anything here, but all right. Well, it is getting more and more frisky, guys. The RDBX red box. Is it going to break it? Look at the volume is starting to pick up. I mean, the 5 minute certainly increased. Don't see a huge difference on the 15. Well, it's been laid out. You know, if you have that, the risk tolerance. Didn't quite get that price alert that I was looking for the RDBX. See, look at that, guys. I mean, it just, just when you think maybe, you know, even, I mean, the volume was starting to increase and it may, but look at this. I mean, that's a pretty significant pullback all the way down to 9 from 936. It just pulled right back. So I'm saying if you're going to take this one, you better have a pretty wide stop. Consequently, you shouldn't take as many shares because you're trying to you have to you have to know how much you're willing to risk on the trade in terms of a dollar amount if the trade doesn't work. So you don't want to go and taking 1,000 shares with a 10-cent stop. If you're risking for $100, 10-cent stop won't cut it for a stock like this. Yeah, I see that headline in Interactive Brokers. Yeah. Oh my gosh. We're getting this is getting bad, guys. I mean, you really have to be careful now. I mean, I don't know McCallum. I don't know and Ancora. I don't know these guys at all. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, Veru just showed up on the bounce scan. Veru, Veru. Another one that was way up in the pre-market. 13 up to 14, dropped down to 10. All right, so Veru came in again on that scan. Like 10 may hold it. You know, it's possible that 10 will hold it. I'm talking about Zach scan, bouncers and toppers. So first alert was at 1029. Now it's at 1021. These are, potential bounce plays. The market now 53, 223, 32. Oh man. A lot of traders aren't used to this. If you're new to trading, you probably haven't seen this. Well, yeah, let's see if 10 holds it. Veru, let's see if it can hold it. Yeah, so much for the red box. It never triggered for me. I've got my alert set up here. You can just sort of see kind of a little bit above the highs of the three candles here on the 15-minute chart, and it got close, but but did not trigger. It's just that simple. It did not trigger. So I just don't take the trade. I don't even think about it. Now, had it triggered, does it mean I pile into the trade? No, but I do want to know if it does take this area out, and it just didn't do it. So it saved me from, thinking, okay, you know what? I think it's going to happen. So why don't I just take it early? Saves me a lot of grief just putting a price alert on and just waiting for it to happen. If it doesn't happen, you just move on. So I don't have to stare at this chart. I just wait for the price alert to happen. And again, if it doesn't happen, well, it won't affect me adversely. All right, well, there was a little bounce for the VERU. I don't know if anybody took it. I mean, it got down to 10. It's right, it's not quite at the first alert. 1029 was the first alert. The GPRE is an earnings play, actually. I didn't realize it was an earnings play. So GPRE is actually an earnings play. Yeah, decent volume, I guess. Well, I've never heard of this ETF before, the food and beverage ETF, FTXG. This showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown. You know what? I mean, I mean, it's a horrible looking 15-minute chart and 5-minute chart because of all the dots here and there. But hey, it actually the alert was at 27.47, and the spread is not terrible. So I guess you could have taken this one, but I just didn't. I don't typically look at ETFs. This is what I'm talking about right here. 27.47 at 11:15. We got the bots. We've been since we went to the steam yards, Pepe. Yeah, we haven't had too much. This is the first time I've seen, and this has been sort of nonstop today. All right, guys. I mean, again, the red box is back up. I'm just holding out though for a break up here. If it happens on volume. But again, this market is just relentless selling. Well, it's getting closer. Again, it's getting closer. RDBX. What's your stop, DAC, and something like that? 923? What's your stop on that one? I mean, 9 or something? 894. Okay, just underneath 9. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I want to see if they fix this bug here. I'm going to get out of this trade. Max P&L, total P&L 3350. I want to see if that, no, doubled it. Okay. This is in the simulator. It'd be great if that were true money, like real money. You get out of the trade and it actually doubles for real, your P&L. All right, guys. Yeah, here we go. All right, guys, here it goes. Okay, you see how it took that out? I waited just a second. Nice, nice, nice for you, Dak. Now, what is it going to do at the high of the day? I've taken some out already, guys. I just don't trust that it's going to take out the high of the day without a lot of grief. So, yeah, I just don't think, I just have my doubts it's going to break right through now anyway. So I've taken most of this out. This was just kind of a very quick one for me. I'm talking about the RDBX. Got about 25 cents on it. But you know, if it takes out the high, I mean, it's going to get traders interested. You're going to takes out that 10 high, you know, you could get traders interested all over again. Oh yeah, take some. Well, I'm out completely. Out completely. I'm just in. You just don't trust the fact that it's going to take out that high of 10. Okay, guys, Netflix. I've been talking about this level for Netflix. It looks like it is trying to take that out. It did take it out. 194.50 was kind of a crucial area. You can just sort of see on the 15-minute chart, the bottoms of those candles that was opening. Well, actually, not the opening. That was the 9:45, 10, and 10:15 candles. So it has taken that out. Now there's nothing really to support it for a while anyway. Yeah, if you're into the AMC is underneath 15 now. And what is going to hold this one up? The next low looking left is 1290 on the monthly chart. And then that is probably the same. Yeah, 1290 on the weekly chart. So, big memer on the way down here, guys. Not, I mean, not a huge drop, but so far, anyway, the bloom is off these ones. All right, guys. Well, I don't have any more of this left, but look at this. I mean, it may take out that high. It's a RDBX. I have none of it left, but this is definitely turning into an afternoon play, and it takes out that high there. Anything could happen. That high is 997, 995. So I've got an alert set right up here, just around a little over 10, I think. And the volume has increased. See, the volume has increased. The 15-minute chart, you can see that previous, what time is it? 142. So this still has a little bit of time to close. But just look. No, let me get a big. There it goes, guys. There it goes. You guys, I'm just watching it, looking for another mini exit. Whew. All right. Well, yeah, I'm definitely in scalp mentality on this one. But again, look at let's see, looking right, 1136, I think, is the next high. Is that correct? 11, 1048 is the next, sorry, 1048 and then 1136. So it got just a bit above, it got to 1064. Oh yeah, I mean the street. You're right. The street's hungry for something, and this is produced for the last few days. Look at this candle here, guys. I mean, we thought this one would be the giant one. Look at today. But I'm out of it again, guys. I'm just in scalp mode on this one. But great, nicely done, Zach. But again, argument to be made that if it can take out these highs later, I know it sounds crazy, but it's all traders are looking at. Can it break another new high? And if it does, what sort of room does it have when you look left? I mean, I know it sounds crazy and it looks like it's way extended, on a channel. It looks like it's way extended, but right now it has a mind of its own. And this is not shortable for me. It hasn't been shortable for me all day long at Interactive Brokers. And last week it was, so not sure what's going on. Well, if you persevered and just took it from my watch list at 780 and somehow found a way, why you couldn't have held on. I mean, from 780 it went up to 1015. Well, if it does come, let's hope it doesn't come during market hours. And there it goes again, almost at the high. I'm not in it anymore. I'm just not in it anymore. This is, I don't typically scalp like this, but with the market doing what it's doing, but this is definitely a great trade now. Exactly. It doesn't matter what we think. So again, guys, at 2 o'clock, I'll be in this development meeting. All right. This is the monthly first Monday of every month. So I'll be in this development meeting. I attend these just to see if any get any nuggets of what might be happening. All right, be careful if you took this one, guys. Again, just be careful. You don't want to give up any profit on this. This is the RDBX. Just no shorts available. You ask why there are no short covering. Well, not a lot of shorts available. Certainly not at Interactive Brokers. I don't know about E-Trade and the rest of them. I'm sure Zach probably has a ton at Centerpoint, but now look at this. So that's why. That's why I was very reluctant, to really hold on for a long time in this one. Look at that, guys. 10. So there's over a dollar drop just like that. So even you, Zach, or was this too expensive to find shorts for RDBX? Meanwhile, guys, and yeah, it just got halted. So while it's marvelous, while it's going up, you cannot wander away from your computer. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, RDBX. Yeah, so it showed up on Zach's topping scan, but again, good luck finding shorts for this one, RDBX. It's interesting though because last week there were plenty at Interactive Brokers. Maybe they just took it off. I don't know. So Robert, I think your question is why I do not use, well, first of all, I don't really use a 2 minute chart either. It's just for a very special reason. Really, I only look at a 5. I mean, I could get rid of this 2 just like that. And if somebody said you could only have one intraday, it'd be the 15. And that's just my style. To me, 1 minute would be way too whippy. 2 minutes is too whippy. 5 is about the lowest I really look at. This just have this one. I probably could even get rid of the 2 minute. I really don't pay that much attention to it. Just to see if you get a little bit of volume on some of these. It might be a glimpse. But other than that, yeah, I don't really look at the 2 minute chart either. And if you ask why, I used to. I mean, in the old days, which is going back a few years, that's all I would have is a 2 minute chart. That's it. But I've changed my style of trading completely. Yeah, I know you meant that the other way, Robert. That's why I thought what I thought. But that is not to say, I mean, if people find a use for the 1 minute chart, that's fine. I'm not, I would never say because I don't do something, therefore you shouldn't do the same thing, or you shouldn't do something different. No, whatever works. That's the whole thing, whatever works. All right, this is just showing up TARS. I don't know TARS at all. And this is, whoa, boy, this is almost an all-time low. Look at TARS, guys, TARS. This is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. The big issue though, the spread is, well, just tightened a little bit, 1422, 1423. Lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but the spread just widened again, 2243. Got to be careful, but this is an all-time low right now, TARS. See if there's any news on it other than Oppenheimer trying to pump the heck out of it with a price target of 63 or 66. They're maintaining, so they're trying to prop this up as it sinks. This is TARS. Okay, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, TARS. Look at this one. I love TARS. This is one of those words you can make rat star arts. One of those word games. All right, guys, I am going to, let's see, put myself on mute. Oh, guys, this turned out to be a great little trade. A great trade. Late. Usually you won't get too many in the 10-day daily breakdown this late. Awesome alert. 1432, 1376. Oppenheimer can, you know what? Trying to prop this thing up to $66. All right. Well, I mean, I love it when a stock is near an all-time low. It's that simple. That's why I'm hoping tomorrow and for the balance of the week, we get a lot of stocks that are near the all-time lows, maybe on earnings. Bad news on earnings, all-time lows. Short the you know what out of them. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. Get the announcement in. Amazing how it works. You wait and wait and wait, and all of a sudden you get a little gem. I mean, that's a gem. No question about it. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm now back, and look at the red box. I mean, it almost got up to my next trigger level, RDBX, just over 11. This doesn't look like it's over and out yet. And man, oh man, yeah, that car is obviously I got out of the short on it. What a great bounce! What a great bounce! I mean, so 1432 wouldn't get quite there, but 1432. So it almost dropped $1 from that alert. But the bounce, that Oppenheimer obviously had some effect with their ridiculous. Well, I shouldn't call it ridiculous, but putting a $66 price target on it. And that's what I'm talking about right there. Probably helping Tesla then too, right? TSLA, that news regarding not having to use a lot of his personal fortune, which is of course wrapped up in Tesla. Very choppy day. I mean, the interesting thing though is, I mean, the trend has definitely been down since 12:30. So we're talking about what, an hour and a half of virtually straight down. Woof. Look at Redbox. I mean, it's such a. Well, I'm glad I get a way to look. I mean, look where it got to, guys. It got up to $11, and I think my alert is at 11:03. And they just pulled right back $1, just like that. I mean, even more though. I mean, it got down to 950. This is not for new traders, but I mean, it's been the one that has been the most active, obviously. And still no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Probably not for the day now. All right, guys. So what time is it? About 2:26. So I think I'll just go over my homepage and the test drive link, etc. All right, there's that Viru. It just took out 10 now. VERU just took out 10. That group came out and said we're short, fraud, all that stuff. All right, there is the test drive link. So if you want to take part in the test drive, what you're doing, if you sign up today, you are pre-registering. The test drive does not start with live data until the 16th. So that'll be 2 weeks from today. So for $11.11, you'll have access to the full premium service, except no auto trading. Okay, no auto trading. Other than that, it'll be the full premium service for 10 trading days. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, and we certainly do not put you into a subscription. Now you'll actually have access to the program about an hour after the market closes on the 13th. That's the Friday before that Monday. Okay. And why I say that is because if you're going to take this test drive and you're not familiar with trade ideas, do yourself a favor and take a look at the program over the weekend or the balance of Friday evening, and then over the weekend. I'll have some links for you. I'll probably have a sample layout, for you to load, so you can get started with a sample layout if you want. We only do this about 4 times a year, so if you want to try us out, now's a great time. Now I'm going to put my homepage link in. All right, GPRE, my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So of course, if you want to take out a subscription, you can click here. Take a look at the, don't take out an annual. I would start off with a standard monthly, okay? You can always start off with a standard monthly. Check it out. If you like the program, great. There it is, standard monthly, 118 less 15% for the first month only. The premium is 228 less the 15%. You can always, if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. But at any time you want to upgrade to the annual, you can do so. And we'll honor the promo code, okay? But start off with a standard. And if you're just starting out, and this is what I do, again, if you were going to be part of this test drive, do this first, the let's get started, okay? Save yourself a lot of grief. Click on that, let's get started. And there are 10 videos, total time about 30 minutes, okay? But it starts off with, the first, whoops, up here, download and installation. So please take a look at that. Excuse me, now, on my homepage, we have 3 free sections. So you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week has not triggered. It is CFVI. Doesn't trigger unless it hits, what was it, 1250? Did not hit 1250, so it is not triggered. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern every day. And then all the education. So let's assume you went and you did the let's get started. Now you can kind of take a look in the education section and click on the user guide. And again, don't get overwhelmed by all the information in the user guide. Probably at the beginning, all you really want to do is take a look at alert windows and top list windows, just to get an idea about what the program is, what the software is capable of. But you want to create price alerts on your charts, sound alerts in the alert windows, so that when you hear a sound, you know which alert or which window to look at. So I mean, there's a lot of information here, but you don't have to learn it all. And of course, the full table of contents, which is searchable. And then, the daily support sessions in YouTube. So Chris will be there 3:30 to 4:30 today. So when I shut down the main room at 3:30, you can go over to our YouTube room, and I'll put the link in before I do leave. If you want to head over there, Chris will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. And the webinars, you can sign up for all the webinars here. And last, the Back to Basics, Michael Noss, again, at Trade Ideas put this together. It starts off with what is a stock? So if you're brand new to trading, great video series for you to watch. And last, in my homepage, all my scans are here. All the scans that I'm sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The actives up and down, okay? But I have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. You might see something you like. You can always load it, take a look at it, see if you like it, modify it if you want, etc. So a lot of information on my homepage. Save my link. Then you can look at this, the getting started and my scans and the education anytime you want. All right, what time is it now? 2:33. So yeah, I've got about another little less than half an hour on the mic. I usually mute myself around 3, maybe a little earlier. I'm always here, so if I have to hop on the mic, I will. But the room will be open until 3:30. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. Yeah, this was a good earnings play. You're right, Dak. This was a good earnings play. One of the few that kind of, other than that little drop there, that kind of had a nice trend for the day. Hopefully, we see some more for the balance of the week. You know, this one has a little bit of room also. This CPS, Cooper Standard, CPS has a little bit of room. When you look left on the daily chart, 607 is the next high. So it's sitting at 521. It's had a decent day in terms of, not massive drops or anything like that. And what's the float? 16.5 million in the float. Has earnings on the 5th. Just pointing it out. That's all I'm doing. Just pointing it out. Sort of interesting. You know, the 5-minute chart, a lot choppier. 2-minute chart, a lot choppier. Flat, a little bit smoother on a 15, but there it is, 522. But it's all about looking left, and it does have some room to 6. Why do you think that, Larry? Seriously, I mean, it may happen, but why do you think that? I mean, we've had two big down days now in a row. I mean, we had the huge down day on Friday, a continuation today. The big earnings plays are over, so there's nothing regarding earnings. I mean, Facebook obviously was the one that popped the market here. That was on Thursday, but we're done now. We're done with the big earnings. So what's going to pop this market? And see how this month has started out right now. So below here. So I don't know. I mean, maybe. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea what's going to hold this market. All right, guys. Well, as I say, in about 15 minutes or so, I'll be putting myself on mute. So if you have any questions, now's a good time to ask. Excuse me, I mentioned the CPS. I think it was 520. It's moved a little bit. I mentioned the CPS just a little while ago, saying that it had some room to the sixth level, or that's the next high looking left at least. So cross on the way down or on the way up? ACCD. I do have it thumbnailed. I don't see anything happening. See anything happening? Are you talking about on the cross on the way down, right? Up, really? Oh, I see that on the 5 minute. Yes, I do see it there, but I don't know, Viggy. I mean, this. I mean, to me, it looks like it could easily stall around 565 or 560, 660 to 65, right around there. But and hello, Vicky. And we have another. This one's been halted and resumed all day long. The CETXP. I don't know. Too bad. I'd like to get rid of it, but this is what's happening. If you have the halts resumed, so you can see that it's unfortunately it's taken over the halts resume scanner. By the way, if you ever, never mind. I was going to say if you didn't want a symbol to show up, there's a way in which you could do it, but I don't think there's a burning need for that. You know, guys, I kind of cringe when I see emails like this. You know, I've got many alert windows open, and I need this to happen. You know, the bottom line is don't have so many alert windows open. I mean, seriously, you get overwhelmed with alerts. Yeah, it is starting to come back. You're absolutely right. Maybe it's going to be interesting to see this one tomorrow. I mean, it did go, it never actually went negative. It almost got negative. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. It did get as high, well, in the pre-market, it got as high as 530. So it's about $1 below that. And, you know, but the volume has not really picked up, though it is inching up a little bit at a time. But look at the 15-minute chart. Really, the volume has not picked up. Even Netflix is starting to move here. Netflix looked really dire for it when it took up that 194 area, but it is actually starting to move. And with the market, yeah, I mean, market's putting a little pop, little wee pop. I do see it. Yep, INVZ. I do see it. But do I want to take it right now? Not really. I mean, there's the market high of 469, and then we have the pre-market high way up here. So it could be interesting even after hours to see if traders get involved with this one. Phew. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I was reading some of the things that you guys want, not you guys in this room, but oh gosh, I think overcomplication of trading, but that's my opinion. Still, I mean, the volume, you can see the volume in the 5-minute chart on INVZ. Definitely the big volume increase here. Just don't see it quite on the 15. DNP, let's take a look at DNP from on the way down, the income fund. Okay. Or is that an acronym for something else? Never know these days. So many acronyms out there. All right, guys, again, I am here. If you have a question and I have to hop on the mic, I will. Otherwise, I'm just going to put myself on mute. You know, this crazy one, this FTXG, I mean, it's been sneaky good. Sneaky good. That's all I can say. Thing is, I'm not sure there were well, there are no shorts available now for it. I don't know if there were shorts earlier at Interactive Brokers for this FTXG. I sort of dismissed it because I typically do not trade ETFs, but again, I'm just looking now. I don't know if there were shorts available earlier. This showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown at 27.47, and it's actually been, you know, pretty steadily down. I mean, it doesn't look nice on a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart, but it's not like it's had some giant candles up or down. Look at RDBX now. Whoa, boy, oh boy. I know I said I'd be on mute, but look at this. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Somebody mentioned earlier that they spring up financing. I just hope they don't do it, you know, during market hours. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. Okay, guys, I'm popping back into the main room. Just going to put the YouTube link in, waiting for Chris to show up. So good for him. He's showing up on the market. Nice call, Larry, by the way. That was, you're right. That was a nice, almost a face ripping rally. Yeah. So so there is the YouTube link in. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. He should show up any moment now. And then I'll shut the room down and you can head over to the YouTube room to listen to Chris for the 3:30 to 4:30 time slot. Okay, guys, that's about it. I'm going to shut this room down. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up in the YouTube room. So, well, let's see what happens tomorrow. Many more earnings plays, so we might get a lot more action from the smaller second and third tier earnings plays. We'll just have to wait and see if that happens. So thank you for all of the help. And the room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And again, you guys in YouTube, just waiting for Chris to show up. And there he is. I hear that little telltale pop. You hear me, Chris?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
I can. At least you have a
Excellent.
little rally for you to talk about, hopefully, for the
Yeah.
next half hour. It's a
I
heck of
had
a rally, though.
it was funny that you had mentioned GameStop, and I had a chart of it up just randomly, but that looks the same as the SPY does there. So
Oh yeah, no kidding. No kidding. All right, my friend, I shall hand it over to you. So I'm going to put myself on mute now. So have a just fine hour.
thank you,
Okay.
sir. We'll catch you
Okay.
later.
Talk to you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Adios. So happy Monday again. Whoa, only 20 of you in here, give or take. Oh well. We'll make the most of our time together. So let's see, as Barry mentioned, market's rallying a little bit. I just randomly had a GameStop chart up. Every time you count this thing out, it's trying to come back. So, we'll see what happens with that. But saw this coming through a race earlier. I wish I grabbed it now. I caught this. I saw this around here. It's made a nice move since then. But I was caught up with other stuff, so I couldn't do it. I'm trying to get this software going for my noise canceling, but that's not working either. Seems to be one of those Mondays. So what are you folks looking at? What are you folks doing? What are your questions, comments, and concerns? A whole lot of nada so far. Fair enough. All right, sorry, just spinning around a few things here. What else? RELY, what are you? All right, that's kind of interesting coming into the close. Other business support services engages in provision of digital finance services for immigrants and their families. Okay, then. Yeah, I didn't look at any of the sectors at all today, to be honest. Natural gas, strong. Yeah, it's holding up through the day. I have no idea who that is. What's the ticker symbol, Peter? We can take a look at it. I mean, I don't really do IPOs. I need some chart data for me to look at to really get into anything. Where's USO? There's USO. So yeah, USO gap down in a reversal and just continuing to make the case for make the case for energy. And the interesting thing about this energy recovery here on that is that it's not doing it with the rest of the market. It did it much earlier than the rest of the market did. And I would say that, the bounce that we have going on in SPY is more of a sympathy oversold bounce. Shorts covering after a couple of nice days, I would say. But nice symmetrical triangle going on here. It's beautiful, actually. That's the direction I think that's headed. BLCO. Yeah, I mean, I won't be able to add much commentary on it, but we'll take a look for fun. BLCO. BLCO. There we go. I don't see any data for it here. Is there IB data? No, I'm not getting anything with that. BLOC. I would say a good portion of what's happening right now is shorts covering. That would be my personal opinion. But who knows? I'm not saying it's all of it, but certainly a good portion of it. I mean, this is very laughable. I mean, we were down here. What was the low? Let's see if I can get what the low was here. Okay, for whatever reason, it doesn't want to give it to me. I'm guessing 405-ish anyways. So, 8 points off the low, 8.5 points off the low. I mean, come on, trading like a penny stock, the SPY. Really ridiculous, to be honest, but it is what it is. We take what we get. And then here, Bush and Bausch and Lamb. See if I can find that really quick here somewhere. Can't find that so far. Where the ticker is for this? Yeah, BLCO, but I can't get any data on it. And I can't get any data with IB either. Not sure what's going on there. Nope, nothing. Odd. CCD. I'm trying to come back a little bit. Thoughts on ATER? I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts on this. Let's see. Sorry, I think my noise canceling software kicked in. So yeah, it seems kind of odd. BLCO looks like this Friday. So that's what I think about ATER. I mean, it's a day trading vehicle. Just be on the right side of it, whatever you consider the momentum is for it. That's all I would say. I can't imagine there's anything for the long term here. They sell fans. I mean, I'm not sure unless I'm missing something. Unless they've come up with some new innovative tech to do away with air conditioning or make air conditioning better or something like that. I'd say off this bottom, you've got a nice little trend here. But again, I don't see anything long term, or nothing long term makes sense to me with it, I would say. And like I always do say, I would say if you've got a plan, trade it. It looks like it's a decent day trading vehicle. Oh, okay. That's what Barry was saying. BLCO is going to IPO this coming Friday. It has not IPO'd yet. That's what it is. Okay. I have no idea who they are. I'd say keep an eye for energy stocks tomorrow. Some really good rebounders. So let's take a look at some of my personal favorites here to watch. MGY, what do you look like? Nice bounce. Trying to get a recovery in. AR. Didn't bounce as nice. Who else do I want to look at for energy? Do I have anything in here? That. No, Peter, part of it's me because, I've been away for a few days and my head's a little out of it still today. I always keep this in mind, when stocks are IPOing, there's a reason that they want to sell a bunch of shares to people, to dump on, aside from raising money, but to dump on people. And that's why I stay away from IPOs. I mean, you know, you never know what you're going to get with an IPO. And I think if you look back at IPOs over the last year or so, generally speaking, they haven't been great. You know, obviously there's your one-offs. I just really want us to do some adult dating around here. So I'd keep an eye for some energy stocks coming into tomorrow. Who else? And P10's still down. I can see there. CYTX. What were you? Oh yeah, you were from a couple of weeks ago. DCPH. Where are you from? I was watching Ford last week, started to make this run up. A couple of weeks ago, started to make this run back up again. And I thought, all right, maybe. And then we came into earnings and just continued to fall apart. Really didn't go the way I thought it would with Ford. When it came out of this base back here, and I thought it was making a second one, a nice boom. And I thought maybe we'd see a little pullback, some consolidation to move up. It was just not the case. Just gave it right up and has continued to get falling knife at this point. Really ugly for Ford. What else? That's nothing else in there, I think. Dawn soap? No. TBF. Short the 20-year. Next, this was a high flyer gas stock a couple of weeks ago, right? More than a couple of weeks ago, I guess. Still not crazy about that chart. It's hard when something makes these moves like this. You feel like there's people that are here trapped. They're just waiting for anything to be able to drop it on them. But it is the right sector, at least, especially natural gas distribution specifically. STNG, does this finally bust above? Nope. Tricked me. Thought I was going to open it back up and find it. Nope. Put out a tweet earlier showing this as a ascending triangle. Generally speaking, ascending triangles are a breakdown, which is exactly what that did when it met it. We'll see what kind of reprieve it gets here on the close in the last few minutes. Got about 13 minutes and change for the market to close down. Let's see, DK, who are you? More petroleum refineries. So I think we, see a theme here. SU, I believe that's going to be energy, right? It's a big float though, right? Yeah, Suncor. 1.3 billion in the float, and other petroleum refineries. Excuse my yawn. This is interesting. This is a restaurant. Bloomin' Brands. Actually not bad here. Nice trend off that low there. Draw that in there while we're at it. Very interesting. Let's add that to the like list. Like list is a little sparse right now. DTTX. Let's take a look. DTTX. Yep, not my cup of tea. I don't like these real small, real small price stocks. I mean, a $30 top out up here, and but yeah, beautiful move. Ton of volume coming in. Can't deny any of these things like that. That's for sure. I'm guessing they released news or something. I guess, you could say it's a low risk to reward. I mean, you take a pretty sizable position. Well, actually, no, I wouldn't say that at all. You're up 100% today. So, I mean, where are you going to stick a stop on this? On a swing trade anyways. And that's just how my mind kind of thinks. It's where my mind goes to first. But I would say definitely worth watching for tomorrow. And seeing where it can head to. Rejected right off the 2 level. Of course, there's no surprise there. And, well, looking left as far as a day trade goes, though, all the same, you don't have a ton of chart resistance in the sense that it's kind of the steady plane down. So I wouldn't consider any of that chart resistance till there. And then again, it does the same thing, another plane up and almost to the same level, only coming up here. So it could certainly make for a very interesting day trading vehicle tomorrow. What the heck? Let's throw it on the like list. You never know what tomorrow brings, right? It's good looking, Larry. That might be something. There might be something to that yesterday. It might be where the action is. So sorry, just responding to a message that came in for me here. So yeah, definitely worth watching for tomorrow. Could be a good day trading vehicle. Small float too. Got to note these things. Small float. Unfortunately, I don't have a short float data, but I'd imagine that short float data is probably pretty high. Oh yeah, Peter, nice. Which one? Mark, send in the scanner to support@trade-ideas.com and I'll tell you why it didn't come through. If you can send it now, we'll go over on screen what happened. Send it in there, Mark, and we'll cover why it didn't come in. Support@trade-ideas.com. Say, hey, this is the scanner should have got BTTX, I think, and why didn't? Oh, Redbox came through that? Cool. Well, also, always keep this in mind. Generally speaking, stocks will always stumble at a whole number. Sub $5 stocks will also stumble at like the 25-cent levels too. So 25 cents, 50 cents, 75 cents are all big deals. And, I'll say sub $2 can even stumble every 10 cents, to be honest. Not that it will, but it's not uncommon to see that. It's just human beings and numbers and mentals. And when you sent that, Mark, let me know, and we'll pull it up and we'll go over what happened. And not that it's impossible that we could have had a data error. We've certainly had them in the past. Anything is possible. And if that's the case, we'll get a bug report filed. If not, we'll go over, there's lots of little things that can trip up a scan. Is it still go to buy red box? Whatever your trading plan says, Theo. That's, my big go-to on answers like that. Let's see. RDBX. I'm never going to tell you, yeah, that's a buy. No, that's not a buy. You'll never, ever hear those words come out of anybody's mouth at Trade Ideas. If someone put a gun to my head and said, you have to make a decision. Are you buying this or are you not buying this? I'm not buying it. I see no reason to. All right, Mark, if you send it in as an email, all the same, I will, myself or someone else from the team will get back to you on why it didn't make it. You can send it now, you can send it later, whatever. But, we want you to understand what would have tripped you up from not getting it and how you could get stocks like that earlier. So just send that in when you have your, at your nearest convenience, and we'll get right on it. Like I said, anything is possible. We've had data errors in the past. If it's one of those, we will get a report filed and see what led to it. But so back to Theo. I call this, if this was red, I'd call it a middle finger candle, but all the same, it's a shooting star or whatever you want to call it. So not something I'm opt to run into, number one. Number two, I think this is a very news driven stock. I don't imagine how this is a sustainable business like this with all the streaming services and things like that out there. So I wouldn't be banking on this for some kind of long-term trade / investment. I'm still kind of miffed. I don't understand why they IPO'd back here. Hasn't this company been around for like 20 years or something like that? So what I think it is a good day trading vehicle, and you have to decide how and what side of the momentum of this you want to be on over the coming days. We could also say, because it has increased volume over these past 10 trading days, give or take, I would take note in that for sure, that it would stay on the radar for a day trading vehicle. But if you have some big conviction in it for some reason, then, get at it for sure. Things got massive volume and crazy volume, but that's not, enough of a reason for me to get into something long-term. There's almost nothing I'm looking at long-term at all. And I'm not putting anything on long-term right now. Any trades I make, unless something changes with the give and tape of the market, are going to be short-term trades. When I say short-term, it means not holding overnight. My long-term, is 1 to 5 days, I would say, generally speaking. So for Theo or anybody else that's, when asking is something, something to buy, my suggestion to you is, write out this set of questions. This is, this is what I did when I was formulating my own kind of strategy, my trading plan. And that's separate from just scanning. Scanning returns the ideas, but once I've got the idea, then what do I do with the idea? So the questions I ask myself is, what's the catalyst to get me into the trade? What's the number one catalyst to get me out on the downside? So the first thing, I'm looking for is why am I going to enter? The second thing I'm answering and asking is, if it moves against me, what's my out? And you could even reverse those. A lot of people tell you should have your out even before the entry. That's fine. I think that's probably a safer bet for most people, I think, to do that anyways. So this way you already know your measured downside risk automatically. So that's what answering these questions really does. It gives you that game plan, because you don't want to get into a trade and then it starts to move against you and you say, oh, well, now what? And then all of a sudden it's like, all right, well, I got into it, so I'll use 8 as my stop. And then, it hits 8 and it goes to 8, 797, and it bounced back over 8. And you're like, all right, well, no, maybe that was a bounce and that's it. And then it's, bouncing at 8, and the next thing it hits 795. And you're like, well, it's only 2 cents below where it went before. It's probably coming back, and it bounces back up and you get 809 now. And then it's bouncing like this and it hits back down at 795 and you're like, all right, well, as long as it doesn't take out the low and it's bouncing sideways, and next thing you know, boom, it's at 780, like just like that, especially with these low floaters. And now all of a sudden, you went from where that might have been $100 loss at an 8 stop loss to now you have $170 loss at that 780. Man, these guys are annoying. For those of you that wondering what's annoying is I'm assuming you can see the spam that people are throwing in here. Able to block it. All right, yeah. And then, so those are the first couple of questions. And then, you ask yourself, how do I share size for it? Your share size is going to be based on how much you're willing to risk on that downsize. You should be asking yourself, why am I share sizing like that? I'm share sizing real big because I have a big account. I can afford to share. I'm small because, the market's more volatile than usual. So I want to scale back my share size, things like that. And then the last main question, and all these questions I'm throwing out there, they have a lot of sub questions to them. So always consider that, you always dig deeper if you like to, or you need to, in scaling out these kinds of trading ideas or trading plan. Sorry, I'm losing my words here. The last set of questions or last related topic is, how do I manage this trade if and when it goes up? Because it's great when you get in a trade and it starts to move up, but all of a sudden, you're up 30 cents a share, you're up 40 cents a share, you're up 50 cents a share, you're up 60 cents a share. And you're like, well, what do I do? And then you top out, let's say that's 60 cents a share, and it starts to fade. It's like, well, when do I get out without handing all this loss back? But also, when do I get out without selling too early? Because maybe it's going to bounce and continue back up. And there's no way, obviously, to predict those things. But, we use our indicators, wherever those happen to be, whether it's an RSI or a combination of, stochastics and MACD and or a fib level or an SMA, EMA, Bollinger Bands, Kelter Bands, any of those items like that. So, a lot of tools out there, obviously, a lot of tools out there. You throw on the chart, we right click, we can find some indicators here. Any of these ones here. So, Don Chain, Kelter, perhaps you're using a multi-period low, multi-period high. Didn't Tesla earnings happen last week? Am I in the twilight zone? Yeah, Tesla earnings were back on the 19th. There's something I'm missing? Yeah, Larry, Tesla came out with earnings last week or the week before. Even further back. That's how out of it I am today. All right, so that's a wrap on the market for the day. That's an interesting close, to say the least. Bear markets, it's a gap up and fade for the day, and bull markets gap down and reverse for the day. Interesting. I'm surprised they have that wrong. That's uncharacteristic for them. So yeah, I try not to overthink anything. I think, the market wants to, the market's going to want to keep it now in this range tomorrow and Wednesday until the Fed, releases whatever they're going to release. I would say, I would venture a guess to say we stay below 420. And I don't think we'll take out the lows of today over the next couple of days. And then after they release, then all bets are off. Who knows? And again, I suspect there's a lot of short covering going on in here. A lot of short covering going on, because I'd imagine there's a lot of people that started getting real short here and held that on through today, and probably even added it to it on that move up, and then you had a nice breakdown again. And how could you not take something off the plate on such a massive move like that? I mean, you're talking a 20-something point move off the S&P. Talking about 20 and change move from the top of Thursday. Over a 20-point move, 28, 29-point move from the top of Thursday, 30-point move almost. No, not 30, but 25-point move. Say a 25-point move from the top of Thursday to today. And people got short maybe sometime on Friday. Got to take something off. You would think anyways. Okay, so that being a wrap, let's pull up some scans that I would use for scanning in the evening here. So options. So this is a scan looking at stocks with strong options volume on the day. It's got to be on the upper end of its 20-day range. I'll go through and see if there's anything interesting here. Nope, nothing I'm going to run after there for sure. So that's interesting. A nice move out of that cradle right there. And so that's a big deal. That becomes your next big deal. Then you can really climb that mountain. A lot of people are going to be farming maybe. DC. Oh, you weren't in here earlier, were you, Peter? I was talking about it at noon. Yeah, it was a good trip. It was productive. Trying to make some industry connections to see if we can be a further data vendor provider for some bigger industry folks. A lot of like-minded people, a lot of quant stuff. Things like that. I got to meet a lot of technical analysis innovators. Ralph Acapora, he's like the godfather of technical analysis. He started the CMT Association 50 years ago. Met John Bollinger, had some great conversations with him. A lot of other CMT folks like that. So, just reinforces what I'm trying to do with technical analysis and trying to take it all in and learn it all. And, really get my chart game, to be top flight, not just in shorter term, but longer term and things like that. So, it was a lot of shaking hands and exchanging business cards and things of that nature, stuff like that for the DC trip. But it was very nice. It was very, everybody's very, very nice. Nobody's, oh, I manage all this much money, or I'm so important, I'm so-and-so. Just everybody talking about, just their love of the markets and technical analysis and different viewpoints on what's going on in the overall market and where we've been and where we're going, and a lot of stuff like that. A lot of really great stuff like that. I also, I'm going to do some volunteer work with the CMT and stuff like that. So, sorry, back on, take a look at these charts again. So HR, now this is interesting. This has been coming through some scanners for a while for me. This might be something to throw on the, well, all right, earnings are coming into it. So that's why the options is going to increase, because it has earnings coming up. Nice big short float on that, big float in general. Coming out of this, breaking up this level. So it's something, definitely going to keep an eye on this. In fact, I'm going to put my liked on that. Mattel, it's got earnings by it already. We'll see. I'm going to put that on the like though. NKTX, tough. I can't get behind that. Pharmaceutical and stuff like that. And in this market environment, you're likely to wake up and see it on the floor. And especially, I don't know who they are, what drugs they got in the pipeline, but after a gap up like this and a move like this sideways, I'd be surprised if they didn't do an earning. Excuse me. Sorry, going through some of these charts here. I don't know if there's anything else I'm seeing here that I'm crazy about so far. A lot of ETFs in here. Alkaline and chlorine manufacturing, OLN. Is this interesting? Earnings are behind it. Held up kind of strong. Obviously, I was looking at this a long time ago. This might be interesting might be worth watching. I'm not going to throw it on my liked list. But, big range here in these days. Inside day, technically. But not a harami, I wouldn't call it. Anything else worth looking at in here? It's a buyout. And this is all basically inverse ETFs. A10, did I ever do anything? Nope. So that's that. Not a whole lot out of that scan, I'd say. look at lifetime high. So these will be stocks that are within 15% of their lifetime highs. That's nothing I'm going to really look at. If it pops up on a race tomorrow, so be it for a day trade. Well, that's interesting. Takeover. So, all right. Well, that's a now takeover candidate, apparently. And not really seeing anything here either. Even with that big move up at the end of the day. Yeah. And so this just reported earnings. So this is energy. Real big float on that, though. A terrible close for the stock. Okay, never mind. This thing doesn't move at all. You see these three candles like that, and you're like, whoa. And then you realize, oh, that was 15 cents. 14 cents. Vonage, nope. It's a buyout, right? Vonage got bought out, something like that. This is something I've been watching for a while, but in this market, how can you just, how can you go long anything long term? In all honesty, though, it has a very nice uptrend for a very long time. It really hasn't broken that uptrend at all. Draw this 1,000 ways too. I'm doing some handmade GAN fans on here. But compare that to the overall market now. And look at that. Big difference. That was interesting. That changed my time frame. Can't say I appreciate the chart doing that. There we go. Really, that should be coming off of from here, not from there. So not scaling the same for me. But I think fairly well illustrated that any trend that we try to draw on the SPY is very broken at this point. I mean, unless we decide to draw a trend like that, and that's not exactly a trend line. Any reasonable trend has long since been broken. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that the Fed shot down the JetBlue there, Peter. Interesting. So NEX, again, so looking at some oil and gas. That's a steep trend line right there. But depending on how you want to draw that. This might be worth watching, though, off of that hook up like that. I don't know, not a crazy big float. Definitely worth keeping an eye on that. Excuse me. Another ETF. So the coal plays have come undone a bit after some real nice moves. What's BTU look like? That looks even worse. I don't even know what those things are, but they look terrible. Whole lot of buyouts, CSX, Sure transports. That thing is all over the place. What a personality. Down, right back up, right back down, right back up, right back down, right back up, right back down. And it's extra schizophrenic. Some more ETFs. Yeah, uranium. What did uranium do? URA, right? URA? Uranium? Yeah, it's not great for uranium, I'd say, overall. Move this line down here and see if that has any significance. Yeah, that seems pretty significant. Bang, 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 bang. No, it didn't touch it, but that counts. Bang, 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 bang. So again, pretty solid pivot level right there around that area. Think if it can get a hold here and move up, but again, the market overall to me feels like it wants lower, and when the market just starts to go down the way it has been, it's going to drag everything. There's not going to be a safe place. There'll be plays on each day. Yeah, natural gas, I think, because it's kind of being left alone as far as, your environmentalists and all that. And then you have a major supply issue with whatever's gone on Russia and Ukraine and Europe, and we're going to transport natural gas over Europe and all that stuff like that. So, natural gas is kind of on its own. But I mean, it's been tough to find natural gas stocks, to be honest, that are moving with the index as well. I don't think our similar tab is. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to give me anything. Leg. Well, hello there, leg. CHK. That sounds familiar. Oh, Chesapeake. Duh. Chesapeake's one of those weird ones that went bankrupt and then did that reverse split, and they came back from the dead, literally. but it had that nice steady grind, and it really went kind of parabolic there. Well, I don't know if we'll call it parabolic or not, but definitely quite a move up. Would have broke any short-term trends that you want to draw. I'd say if it holds, again, like a lot of things, if it can hold these levels, but with us constantly saying with so many stocks and indexes, if it can hold these levels, that just tells you the state of the market. When you were looking for things to hold levels, and a lot of things instead of break levels, that tells you where we are as far as the sentiment goes. I guess that really covers my homework for the night. There's not a whole lot for me to look at going into tomorrow. I mean, a lot of ETFs. When I'm seeing that many ETFs in my evening scans, that's not a good sign. Centerpoint Energy. Almost looks similar to that Chesapeake Energy. Buyout. No love for Twinkie today. Hostess brand's what it's called. Wolf to the woodshed with IRT today. This is, I still have these drawings on my chart from when I did the strength alerts a month ago or so now. OPCH. Well, again, we'll talk about it if then, if we can hold these levels, then, excuse me. Couldn't get by it right through there. And now it's, peaked its head up, but it's coming back and testing that level again too. So not a lot of strength. And, take a look at the sector list for what's sorted on position and range for the year, or not, whatever you want to do. This will be my parting shot the end of the year, end of the day with. Let's see. I mean, just nothing looks healthy in any of this here. XLF, that's not XLF, I'm sorry, XLE. That's about as close as you're going to get. About as close as you're going to get. I mean, scanning right down all these. I really liked the look of this a couple of weeks ago, this real estate ETF here, and just completely come undone. Goodbye. Pharmaceuticals, nope. Junior gold miners, right back down. I mean, where's gold at? Where's my gold bugs at? Nope. SLV, nope. I mean, think of all that work, how many months it took to get up to those levels, and just gone in 10 trading days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 trading days gone. And it took from the middle of December to the first week of March to move all that up. That's tough. So, all right, folks, that's going to be a wrap for me today. I appreciate you all popping in. We will do this all again tomorrow. I will be on Zoom and YouTube tomorrow at 3:30. So look for me on either side. The way I've conducted it in Zoom recently, as long as it's a smaller crowd, I've been enabling some mics and doing some back and forth like that. And, we'll just kind of conduct ourselves like that. So you're welcome, Willow Puff. Appreciate you popping in. Larry, Peter, Mark, if you're still here, Theo, thank you all very, very kindly for popping in and talking and hanging out with me. WTD. Who am I missing? Anybody? Hopefully I'm not missing anybody. All right. Thanks, folks. And we will catch you tomorrow on what hopefully will be a turnaround Tuesday. All right. Adios.